Jessica, can you pull up the city manager PowerPoint? They did? Oh, they didn't vote on it. Did you vote on coming out of closed session? There was a motion made. Did you vote? Okay.
No, we didn't vote, did we?
I didn't either. Okay, the next section is city administration. The net budget decrease for 2026 is proposed at $66,220. The revenue adjustment we spoke about the other day, this is us not charging for my space within this building. And then the expense adjustments are there outlined on the PowerPoint. It is really around benefits, WCB increases. I did reduce business travel, increased a membership fee that went up, and then we did reduce the legal budget by $46,000, but you'll see that was transferred over to planning and development and the GM of municipal services just to track historical. So the past few years, we've been letting departments go over because they didn't have a budget, and we would have covered it through my budget, and then we've just adjusted to see where the need actually was. And then we did reduce contracted services when Intergov was separated out last year. The money for our government relations contract moved with her, and it was just never removed from my budget, so that was removed this year. And then again, the reduction for the amortization matches the revenue at the top. So it's, again, just the in and out for the space within City Hall for myself. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sue, would it be in this budget? No, I'll ask it differently. Where would we find administrative expenses for travel and professional development?
Okay. If you're looking at your level 3, I have a training corporate budget, 51430. I've got business travel expenses of 52110. And those cover, so that I can go through, did you want to know the details of what's in there?
No, I guess what
Okay.
I'm leading up to, that's where it's found in the level 3. On the level 2, is it in here?
It rolls up into my salaries and benefits.
Okay, and so with the motions or the recommendations made by Councillor Billingsley yesterday in terms of FCM and reduced travel and so forth, does that have any impact on your budget?
Not necessarily, because the one line that I haven't, so in our budgeting software, we actually break out each piece and what it costs. And on that line for FCM, I have /SLGM. So one year I'll attend the city manager conference, and one year I can attend the FCM, so I don't attend both of them. And it's the same, it is $2,600 of that budget line item.
So with that motion to withdraw from FCM, does that take,
Every other year it could.
it doesn't affect next year, 2026?
Well, I mean, it could. Next year could be the year that I don't do anything, and then we could do the following year for SLGM.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue, 52210, advertising and promotion. Can you tell me exactly what you expense into there?
Yes, so in advertising and promotion, there is $5,000 that's allocated for EDI. That was a budget from quite a few years ago, and we typically use it for initiatives that come from partners in the community. So recently, there's been a request for
Can you tell me what EDI stands for?
equity, diversity, and inclusion.
Thank you.
And so there's been a talk about maybe starting a business sticker program where people that are in minorities could identify businesses that are safe spaces. So it's some of those sorts of things. And then we've got $10,000 for videos. They kind of bounce between advertising videos for the city, but one of the things we're looking at moving into is starting to get videos on our services. So, you could click on our website and say, this is what Public Works does, and see a video of our municipality and how everything works as an educational piece. And those are the two things that are in that budget line item.
Thank you.
So, Sue, you had made a comment, maybe getting stickers for stores saying it's a safe place to come into. The issue I have with this is a couple of years ago, somebody came in and asked us to put a sticker on there. My rebuttal to this is, if I don't do it, you're saying I'm not a safe place to come in. Like I really do not like that idea.
Yeah, this was just an idea that came forward. It's not something that we've done, but it's things like that in the community where the community comes forward and says, these are things we can do in our community to make people feel safe. And the reason that this came forward originally was people had approached council and said, I don't feel safe in Walmart, I feel targeted, and so the budget was put in for me to help work with community members around stuff like that.
And I'd like to follow up. In that same line, 3/4 of the year you spent $3,200. Is there more dollars coming through?
There is. We just did the videos for the hometown makeover. That'll be coming in, and then we've got a deposit down on one of our internal department videos.
Thank you.
We do that through our economic development initiatives, but and we would for the ones that go on our website for our internal departments, because we can track that data on the clicks and things like that.
No, I'm good, thank you.
I know originally we had talked about jumping into non-functional, but I think that you guys are going to dive pretty deep into that. So I'm wondering if we don't just follow through the tabs of the level 2 right now. So after city administration is corporate services. Does that work for everybody? Oh, shoot, I forgot intergov. Never mind. Sorry. Okay, so intergov reports through to the city manager's office, and this position is also part-time executive assistant for council and the city manager. There was an net budget increase of $2,210, and then the adjustments are all listed there. It's primarily merit and benefits, and then we did decrease business travel and did a slight increase to memberships, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just to follow up with Councillor Nielsen's question for your budget of the impact of leaving FCM on this budget.
Yeah, sorry, I did not open up that cost center. Just give me 1 second. I just need to find the details.
Or is that in the $2,900 reduction already?
There likely will be a reduction, ability to reduce this one, because it wouldn't have been matched with that same one, but I'm just, sorry, for whatever reason, I can't seem to open this. Does anybody have 049 open? Awesome. Thank you.
I don't need an answer immediately.
No, she's got it marked out. So there is FCM, there is travel, hotel and registration. There's $4,600 in that budget.
Thank you.
Okay, that would be it for me then, and I believe next is corporate services.
Good morning, City Council. I'll be presenting corporate services, and for those online, my name is Jacqueline Pelchetic. I'm the General Manager of Corporate Services. Within the Corporate Services Division, as it's outlined on the screen, we have 4 departments. Firstly is Strategic Governance Services, which I'll be presenting in the order of these on the screen. Or sorry, there will be a slight switch. There's also Information Services, there's People and Culture, and then there's also Fleet and Facilities. Next slide, please. So firstly, under the cost center for General Manager, this is the cost center for myself. The focus of this is leadership of the departments within corporate services. It also functions to do strategy development, policy development, and then there's also a corporate planning function. Within the general manager, there is $0 in revenue and then $191,000 in expenses. This represents 0.42% of the total budget. Notably, there's also a $19,000 decrease due to FTE savings. Any questions?
Thank you. Through the chair to Jackie, I see that obviously we had an election this year. So there's no monies. Like, are we, every 4 years, we're gonna have a bump? And I'm wondering, is it proper practice to divide that over 4 years so that there isn't just a bump?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, first I'll say the budget for the election is in the strategic governance cost center, and we do put money away every year into reserve. So
I just look at 52285, and we put away $50,000 or budgeted for $50,000. Was that moved somewhere else then?
Yeah, so the election is budgeted through reserve, so money is put away every year. And then when there is an election, it is funded through that reserve.
Thank you. Good. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, next slide, please. Okay. So people and culture. Just bear with me as I shuffle through all my notes and papers. So people and culture is the department that is typically called human resources. We recently had a name change. The functions of this department is employee relations, so all your complaints, investigations, employee assistance. This department also does health and safety compliance, investigations, improvements, along with WCB management, workforce development and corporate training, compensation and benefits, as well as employee attraction and retention. Next slide, please. People and Culture has a proposed budget in 2026, which includes $78,000 in revenue, $531,000 in expenses for a net of $453,000, and that represents 0.98% of the total budget. There is a net decrease moving between 2025 and 26. This is driven by a decrease in health and safety contracted services, corporate health and safety training, along with ceasing the transfer of facility costs, and also moving all software maintenance agreement costs into the Information Services Cost Center. Any questions?
I think I'm in the right place. It's under the Corporate Services, Human Resources. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about, help me understand the 36,000 in contracted services, whereas year-to-date's 3 and budgeted was 6, and now we're at 36,000?
Through the chair to Councillor White, are you looking at the health and safety or the
No,
human
I'm looking
resources?
at
It was the market survey.
52510.
It's the market survey for every 3 years. Council has directed us to do a market survey to our comparator communities to make sure that our salaries are in line with those communities.
Thank you.
Just to follow up. So, and where does the funding source of that survey?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that is reserve funded.
Thank you.
If that's reserve funded and this is the operating budget, where's I see 10,000 coming to reserves. Where was it? Oh, from reserves. Never mind, I see it. I see it. Thank you. I do still have a follow-up question. Oh, but Wayne's first.
Thank you. Following up on the same question, we're setting aside $36,000 for annual cost comparators. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay. So this year, we've spent $3,000, but we only budgeted $6,000. But if we're doing this every year, why would we only have put in $6,000 for 2025?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the market survey is going to be next year. So every 3 years, we do the
Every
market
3 years, I'm
survey.
sorry.
The budget for 2025 was
My apologies.
6,000. Yep.
I misheard.
As much as I love savings, and I very much do through the chair to administration, the GL account 57640 was just transfer to reserves, putting 10,000 in reserves. Which reserve does that go into, and what's it for?
Through the chair to Councillor White, stabilization reserve.
Sorry. I have to look that up. I should know these off by heart. I did so much on it. Can I ask administration for I think to confirm the current balance of the stabilization reserve is 1 million? About 1 million right now?
Through the chair to Councillor White, just a second, we'll have to pull the balance. Okay. We have 1 million. Reserve.
Thank you. This isn't a hill I want to die on because I truly do love having money saved in the bank. But our policy says that stabilization reserve purpose is provides funds to be applied during the approval of the annual budget to stabilize tax rates for non-recurring emergency or one-time expenditures or cyclical projects that will not be built into the base operating budget in future years. So when I see 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 across all the years in the future, I want to understand better why we're putting 10,000 in reserves that I love, but maybe I am not supposed to be approving.
Through the chair to Councillor White, so in people and culture, we put in $10,000 annually into that reserve, knowing that we have an expenditure of $30,000 in year 3. So that's how we build it up and then spend it out of that same reserve. So we put it in to spend it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it? I couldn't quite understand the reason not that I couldn't understand, I couldn't quite hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm going to move this closer. So from people and culture, on an annual basis, we transfer $10,000 into the stabilization reserve, knowing that we have an expenditure in year 3 of $30,000. And a typical example of that year 3 is this year, 2026, where we've gone in, funded that $30,000 from reserve, and we have an expenditure of $30,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jess, next slide, please. The next department that I will present is Strategic Governance Services. This was previously a few different, or a couple different departments that have undergone a reorg. So this includes communications, and communications will perform reputation management functions, graphic design, and advertising. They will also draft and release press releases and other public notices. They will support public engagement, communications planning, and then I also said reputation management. This department also includes the records and privacy management function, and it also includes legislative services. So this supports council meeting administration, council report review, and other legislative and quasi-judicial board coordination. Also includes the election and census. Next slide, please. Strategic Governance Services has a proposed budget which includes $0 in revenue and approximately $515,000 in expenses. This is 1.12% of the total budget. As I said, recently, these were all combined into one department in a reorg. This resulted in a direct decrease of $135,000 in FTE costs. There's also a net decrease moving into 2026 driven by the completion of 3 projects, the election, the census, and the municipal website. Are there any questions? Jess, next slide, please. Okay. The next department is Information Services. This department functions to support and carry out application support, help desk, and other user services. It also supports IT infrastructure, connectivity, and user support. It also maintains IT and technology security. It manages external programs and services, as well as includes our geographic information system, also known as GIS. This is how we manage, analyze, and visualize spatial data, such as all of our mapping. Next slide, please. Within Information Services, it has a proposed budget of $306,000 in revenue, 1.97 million in expenses, for a net of 1.67 million, representing 4.3% of the total budget. There is a net increase from 2025 to 26, and this is driven by moving all of the software maintenance agreements into this department. So previously they were allocated into user departments. They're being allocated into Information Services moving forward. This also includes a $10,000 expense for existing software upgrade, and then also ceases transfer facility costs. There is also a decrease of $367,000 in revenue from reserves moving into 2026, and this is driven by the completion of council-approved projects. Any questions?
In information services, non-capital equipment purchases, 300K this year and 230 next. Can I get an explanation, please?
Yes, one moment while I flip through my binder.
Thank you.
We have, through the chair to Councillor White, we have $200,000 in that reserve. Through the chair to Councillor White, we have $200,000 in that GL for replacement of computers, and it's funded from our IT reserve.
And there was a similar, sorry, I'm confirming then that the 200,000 or 300 that was budgeted in 25 is part of the same project?
Through the chair to Councillor White, that's correct. So we don't anticipate spending all of it in 2025. So that project just carries forward into the following year.
Sorry, can I just confirm then there's roughly planned over 2 years, 500,000 in computer equipment?
Through the chair to Councillor White, no. So the actual, so you, in the budget right now for 2025, the expenditure was budgeted at 294,400. We've spent 193,483. But the project is not complete. It's not a $500,000 project, no.
But where it's going to be another 300,000 or 230,000 next year?
It's 200,000. That's why you'll see that subsequent years there's a $30,000 budget in that line, and it's gone right back down to that level.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 400 total. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to someone. Staff cell phones, 52175. Is that hardware or is that the monthly bills?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it would include both.
Thank you.
My apologies, I'm going to go backwards here. Seems to be the way I operate. I'd like to go back to communications, costing center 050. So through the chair to Jacqueline, can you, I've got my suspicions, and when I say suspicions, I don't mean nefariously. I mean, I think I might know the answer. Anyway, long story short, salaries, wages, and benefits budgeted in 2025 of 227, budgeted in 26, 142. Part of an organizational change. Can you help me follow the bouncing ball?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, there was a decrease of that one manager position, and that is driving the decrease in wages and salaries.
So does that mean we have lost a manager, or we have simply reassigned the manager to a new funding position?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so it was reclassed into a lower position, or a non-manager position at a lower band. So the FTE still exists, but the funding was used from a different cost center. So there was still that net decrease.
Councillor Nielsen, you might remember when we reported on the reorg of the department, Ledge Services moved under communications. So instead of having two separate managers, there's now one manager.
And the manager resides in these spreadsheets where? Under communications?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so the manager of strategic governance services, the salary has been spread across the legislative, across 042, 050, and 090.
So if I was to ask, how many FTEs do we have in communications, you would say what?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, in communications or strategic governance services?
I'm sorry?
Within the communications functions or
Yes.
strategic governance services as a department?
Within communications?
It would be approximately 1.3
Thank
because that manager is spread.
you. Thank you.
I'm back at Information Services, GL line 52610. Can you explain to me the computer lease?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, can you repeat the GL, please?
I sure can. It's 52610, Information Services.
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, this is the lease of our servers and storage lease. It's a 5-year contract from 2023 to 2027.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Through the chair to someone again, is that part of that security audit that we had, that we were making sure that our servers were up to date and that's where that is, or is that something separate?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that project you're speaking of would be separate. We would just need a moment to have a look at the GL. The computer lease is for the operational cost of our servers and our storage.
So, okay, and I don't need that other, I just was wondering if that was part of that. A couple years ago, we had brought up grave concerns of our security, where if that was part of equipment that was added at that time.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, so when we do our security audit, we then implement the recommendations, or essentially what is identified as weaknesses in our system, so that is implemented as we get those done.
Thank you.
Through the chair to admin, I apologize if you answered this and I didn't hear. Have actual costs of the election come in?
Through the chair to Councillor White, most of them have. They aren't reflected in the binder just because this is end of Q3. I believe we're at about $56,000, so we are well within our budget.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Okay, so we are on to fleet and facilities. I have split these up. They are pretty big ones. So firstly, fleet. The focus of this is to support our asset management for our fleet and to ensure that those pieces of equipment can support service delivery. This includes preventative maintenance, inspections, and repairs, along with life cycle planning and replacement, and fuel telematics, or GPS on fleet, and utilization management. Next slide, please. There is a proposed budget moving into 2026, which includes $532,000 in revenue, about 1.86 million in expenses, for a net of 1.3 million, representing 6.39% of the total budget. There is a net increase of 1.6 million due to fleet costs no longer being allocated to departments. And there is an adjusted increase of $162,000 driven by FTE cost increases and the allocation of the manager across both the fleet and facilities cost center. This also includes an increase of budget due to historical fleet and equipment needs. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Through the chair, could I have that screen up again, please? Thank you. Through the chair to Jacqueline, the adjusted increase of 162, and then the first bullet identifies full-time equivalent cost increases. Is there any addition of staff there, or is that all simply people moving on grids?
Councillor Nielsen, could we take this in closed session, please?
Thank you.
I so move.
Closed session, Jacqueline. And by noon, you go home sick. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair to administration, confirm for me that I understand correctly. 57640 transfer to reserves is 450,000, and that'll go to the equipment pool reserve.
Through the chair to Councillor White, that's correct.
And again, I say I love having savings, but help me understand how the number of 450K was arrived at.
Through the chair to Councillor White, we used to actually allocate more to that reserve every year. And then in 2018, council quit buying or approving fleet and equipment purchases until administration could come back with a report, which should be in front of council fairly soon. So for a lot of years, we haven't replaced anything. And at one point, I believe it was 2 years ago, Councillor Billingsley made a motion to reduce it because we were just building up that reserve without a plan. And it was reduced. The report that is coming to council is going to talk at increasing it back to where we need to sustain our fleet and equipment. But that is coming to council, December 9th.
And so the 450 that is being requested for us to approve now is on top of the, what I figured out is currently a 4.5 million balance in equipment pool? And I'm not saying it's good, bad, right, or wrong. I need to know if we should be putting 600 in or 0 in because we have the current balance, and what the plan for that balance is to bring it into alignment with the policy.
Through the chair to Councillor White, based on our reserve policy, the annual contribution as set by council is 10% of the net book value of equipment and fleet, which is currently at about just under 4.6 million. And in the policy, that's the annual contribution that council sets, and that specific reserve has no maximum. So that's how we derive 450,000.
And that report will be coming back with how we're going to handle the future equipment pool. So you'll see that on the 9th.
Councillor White.
Follow up through the chair to administration. Maybe I misunderstood because when the email that I sent regarding the net book value, I thought it came in at 1.69 million, 1.something million of current net book value of our vehicles and machinery equipment. Thank
Sorry,
you.
my mic was off. We're just looking that up right away.
Yep. Do you know if I CC'd everybody when I sent the emails about net book value? Okay. That was for net book value of equipment, of machinery and vehicles.
Through the chair to Councillor White, it would be 6.8 million, not 1.
Okay. And as per our policy, if the net book value is 6.8 or 9 million, why did we choose 450 to put to reserve?
I think, okay, Toulouse is talking about a restatement of the TCA, but I distinctly remember Councillor Billingsley picking a number in a past budget, and that was the number that we were going with because of the fact that we weren't spending it. And so until we got a plan in front of council, that's what we did.
Councillor Billings.
I might be able to chime in on this a little bit. That was my concern, because for many years, we froze buying new equipment. And we kept on adding and adding and adding. And like I say, I think the reserve now is at $4.5 million thereabouts. And until we had a plan of what we were going to do, which is going to be brought back to us on the 9th, I believe. Because now, in hindsight, I'm wondering, hopefully we have enough over to what is going to be needed. And it may mean that we're going to have to delay some major purchases of equipment because there is only $4.5 million in there. Could we add more? Sure.
Or could we make it zero?
But are we going to, and I guess my concern would be of adding more than 450 grand. Are we actually going to be spending all of what's in the reserve anyway in 2026? So, but we really won't know that until we get that report back. Correct.
Thank you. A question to ask. I said, educate me. So we put 10% of our equipment fleet cost into reserves every year,
No,
correct?
book value.
Value.
Book value, correct? We don't charge hourly rate or what that equipment rents out to the city per hour, because how do we know which equipment is being used the most?
Through or to the chair, that is what the fleet report will be addressing. So in past years, we have not been able to track utilization, and that's been a heavy lift of the fleet manager or the fleet and facilities manager and his team, is having actual utilization data, which is supported by the telematics program. So we know how much time each piece of equipment is being used for, and then we can get to a place where we can actually attribute it to services, to functions, departments, et
So,
cetera.
for example, if you had the snow removal, you don't actually know what cost of our equipment is charged to the city because we're not doing an internal hourly rate, because all we're doing is just taking 10% of our net book value, how you guys, so what I'm asking is, we don't know what equipment is being utilized the most right now. We just take a large volume of the equipment we have worth $6 million and we put 10% into it.
Can I?
Councillor Billings.
Yeah, so I think we're kind of two different things here. The utilization will dictate of what machine you're going to replace or need it to. The amount that you're putting away is 10% of the value of that equipment, of the sum of the equipment, right?
Essentially replacement costs.
Replacement of that equipment. So, but you're right, that will help determine what piece is probably going to need to be replaced sooner by the amount it's being used, but you still have to make a calculation of how much money you want to put aside for so said equipment.
So, in that aspect, how do we know if we're just taking a large volume of money, we're going to replace our equipment fleet, but not actually, each equipment does, let's say for a grader, which might be used for clearing snow, doing roads in the summer, should that grader be used first or not? Because we don't know.
That's what the report is coming back on the 9th, is exactly what we're going to be finding out is the utilization of this equipment. So then from there, decisions could be made.
Councillor Nielsen.
If I may add to that, as Councillor Billingsley said, is that we froze spending because we didn't have that kind of information. We didn't know that we should be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a grader when we don't know the detail and the utilization of it in the last 6 or 7 years. So that's why this particular budget line reserve has been accumulating. With that in mind, and the question posed years ago, the report coming as a result of that very question tied to utilization. And whether the amount is the right amount or not will be partly answered through the utilization. Could it be that when you get that report back, we have to spend all 4.5 million to bring everything up to speed? Possibly, but maybe not. But we don't know. We'll find out. That.
Yes, sir.
I could add a little bit here too. I know that the mayor was used to the old system that we had.
Yes, yes.
And we used to just divide up and charge to a department the entire piece of the equipment, and we took a guess. It wasn't actually tracked on hours of use. So to own the piece of equipment, it was just a very simple linear calculation that was done before. If you need a plow and you're the only department that uses the plow, you pay 100% of what we need to replace that plow. That's how they did it. The systems that we've changed with timekeeping over the years, so when we had Joe Penny, it could track people, I'm using this piece of equipment for this many hours today. When we moved into Dayforce, it doesn't have that. As we transition into CityWorks, we're going to get back to being able to collect that data so that we know exactly who is using what piece of equipment, and then they can be charged appropriately. But in the transition from the old system to the new system, there is not a lot of tracking of who's using what piece of equipment right now. We're focused more on the utilization of the piece of equipment and what the costs are and the replacement value. The staffing piece is going to tap into that hopefully in this next year as we bring on CityWorks.
Councillor Nielsen.
You've opened Pandora's box for me here. So if you could help me understand, and in our budget information presented to us, we've talked about up to $100,000 savings on snow removal, for example. And so we know what a contractor would charge us to do the snow removal, but we're comparing it to what it cost us to do it, and yet the conversation today says we don't track the equipment. So how do we determine what our actual cost was of us doing the snow removal?
So we do have historical information on how long this stuff takes. So let's say we hit the 20 centimeter pack, we're moving into locals. We know how long it takes us. We know how many contractors we need. We can guesstimate based on road builder rates how much the piece of equipment costs. We typically don't include total removal of a piece of equipment when we're giving you those numbers, because unless you're getting out of the business of snow removal and we can sell that piece of equipment, it doesn't really factor in. So it's more around labor and the amount of hours that we do, fuel, things like that. Like we can calculate some of those things. And contracted services is one of our bigger external costs, so that one's easy to calculate.
Okay, I'll store my snow removal questions for later.
So Sue, if I may ask,
Just a
we
bit.
want to purchase new equipment, but we don't know. What I'm trying to say is, isn't it better to find out what that equipment right now, tracking it right now, so we don't buy it? Let's say, for example, we need a sander, but we have no hours how much that sander spent. But we're going to buy one because we have funding in. We may not need it.
No, we do have that data. The telematics, the GPS program has been tracking for years. We know when a sander goes by, how much sand it drops, how many hours it's been used. So we do have some data. We just don't have all of the data right now.
I'm just worried that we're buying equipment that we may not utilize as much, but we're buying just because we need the equipment fleet upgrade.
But we haven't bought equipment in 7 years. And the plan moving forward will be presented to you, and there is a large request that's coming forward, and we do not have enough money moving forward. We know this.
Okay. Councillor Nielsen. Councillor White.
I think I just heard that there's a request coming that there's not enough money in the reserve for it, and there's a number on here that says 450. Is it enough?
Through the chair to Councillor White, it is not enough. A lot of this will be explained in the report, and we had met with previous council to give them kind of a taste of what was coming. Chris can explain the calculation, and he's just looking at straight book value across. It's not a good planning tool, but it's what we have right now. And until we can come up with a funding strategy for council to consider, this is the best we can do. So similar to what Councillor Billingsley said, we may just need to say what are the fires right now that we need to do, and everything else needs to be pushed off until we can get council to approve an appropriate funding strategy.
Thank you.
Okay, so on to the second part of fleet and facilities, being facilities. The focus of this is the facility asset management piece. This includes regulatory compliance and safety within the buildings, along with vendor and contract management and minor project delivery. Next slide, please. Moving into 2026, this includes a proposed budget of $740,000 in revenue, about $2.68 million in expenses, for a net of $1.9 million, representing 5.82% of the total budget. There is a net increase of $1.4 million, and this is due to operation costs no longer being allocated out to user departments. So those are all now reflected within the facility budgets. There is an adjusted increase of $152,000 driven by transferring an FTE from legislative services to facilities, and the completion of council-approved projects.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, can you go bring up that slide again, please? Thank you. I had other questions, but the second last one I'm trying to understand. A transfer an FTE from ledge services to facilities. How do they mesh?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it was an admin position.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. 59665, which is transfer to operations. The 2025 budget amount was $80,000. Nothing has been transferred yet. And I don't see any transfers. Was that a project or something to that effect?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, for 2025, I believe this transfer will be finalized at the end of the year. So these are the facility transfers that I was speaking about. So the operation of buildings is has previously been costed to those departments, and so moving forward, that's why you see a bunch of zeros. It won't happen.
So I won't see that transfer won't be coming into here under the 25 amount. It'll be transferred somewhere else, is that?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, for 2025, we will still see that, and we should be seeing that by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor White.
In facilities, under facility administration, I see $200,000 in building maintenance contracts. I'm curious about that and how that ties to building maintenance contracts further down that flow up through each building? Are they related? Help me understand.
Through the chair to Councillor White. So this one is actually a reserve transfer. A number of years ago, I can't remember the exact year, it was before I came back to the city, there was a comprehensive facility assessment done, and this approximate $200,000 amount is being put aside to address future work that will need to be done on our facilities.
And that reserve will be?
Through the chair to Councillor White, that will be our facility reserve.
Thank you.
Councillor White.
Sorry, I do want a follow-up question on that. So in administration, the building maintenance contracts for 207,000, that's a transfer to reserves?
That's correct.
And then when I see that same GL number under City Hall and RCMP, where, each place that I find that in the different buildings that are listed here, are those transfers to reserve as well?
Through the chair to Councillor White, sorry, I turned off my microphone instead of turning it on. In the other GLs, that is building maintenance contracts. Finance may be able to speak more on the GL under 499.
Through the chair to Councillor White, in all the other buildings, those are actually the maintenance contracts. Just under facility administration, do we have the transfer to the facility life cycle management reserve? We will change the wording to depict that correctly, but in all the other facilities, that actually is representative of the contracted services for
Thank you.
those buildings.
Let me try that again. Under City Hall, Costing Center 505, and account 55290, non-capital equipment purchases, moving from 17,000 to 90,000.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that's the council chamber upgrade.
Thank you. And if I could also go back to an earlier question of Councillor White, and it had to do with the discussion relating to, I believe, building maintenance contracts, and we said that was a transfer from reserves, is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the $200,000 amount is a transfer to reserves.
To reserves. So why would it not read transfer to reserves? Why? Because in all the other language here, it's transfers to reserves, but here it's building maintenance contracts.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I believe finance is going to rename that GL moving forward so that it's more easy to understand.
And that was the comment that was made earlier then. Yep. Thank you.
Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, is it rename that GL, or it's a different GL? I'm trying to find one where it says transferred reserves. That's a completely different GL, isn't it?
Through the chair to Councillor White, we will create under facilities administration a transfer to reserves GL and move that and its history in there. Thank you.
Counselor Nielsen.
I'm looking at fire station maintenance at Costing Center 515, revenues 49665, transfers from operations. Last year, 207,970, and none this year.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so those are the operational costs of that building, so, you know.
That was rolled up into,
And that is going back to, yeah, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Previously, it would have been charged.
yeah, thank you.
Counselor White.
Through the chair to Councillor White, I'm just looking that up on Questco right now.
Through the chair to Councillor White, that's project from the facility asset lifecycle project that was done. So you'll notice that same line is funded from reserves by 19,300. Through the chair to Councillor White, it's called the Facilities Assessment Project. My apologies.
And maybe I've been told what that is, but could you please remind me?
Through the chair to Councillor White, in 2021, a detailed assessment was done on all of the city's facilities, and a project came out of that that I believe was approved by council. That was prior to my time, so give me a nod. And so the projects have been spread, and we've been continuing on those projects for the past several years. Well, so those projects are funded, and we have the expenditures. So each year we include it in the budget, but we fund it from the funds that council has given. So the net impact of such projects on your budget is actually zero, because we reflect the revenue and the expenditures.
Counselor Nielsen, sorry.
No problem. I'm now dealing with Costing Center 575, library building maintenance. Are you there, Jacqueline? So through the chair to Jacqueline. On the revenue side, transfer from operations 157,173. 157 to 173,000. Could you remind me what that figure represents, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that is again the facility transfers that are no longer being allocated out to those users.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so a moment ago you asked a similar question for the fire station.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that's in-kind transfers to the library that I discussed with you in detail yesterday. So the rent.
That has to do with their operational costs that we're paying for.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, if you term it that, yes, but that's the rent and the maintenance that was discussed earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you.
White. Counselor Billings.
Billingsley.
Billingsley, I'm sorry, Dean.
Councillor Nielsen, you seem to be pausing. So is your question more that what is making up the difference from 157 to 173?
No, I'm pausing for a different reason.
Okay.
But it's not on that side of the ledger.
Okay, then.
Counselor White, thinking? Go ahead.
Through the chair to administration, I see that we're planning to provide in-kind services to the library of $173,000, and that it's funded from operations. Can you just help me understand how, like, where in operations that's coming from?
Through the chair to Councillor White, I'm trying to think of the best way to present it because it's a bit of accounting with this one. I understand you were on previously on the library board. So this is when you look at the library's financial statements, you'll see it on your side as well.
Yeah.
The expenditure sits in non-functional, which we discussed yesterday. The expenditure sits on that side. And then we do a transfer from operations because we do need to balance our books. So the actual cash exits through non-functional. Transfers is a tracking, for lack of better explanation, just give me one. Trying to think of. Okay, through the chair to Councillor White. So the expense is in non-functional. The other side of that expense, this is on the revenue side in library, right? So it exits from here to be spent in non-functional. So I need a minute to gather my thoughts to explain this. I know how we record it, but I'm struggling with the right words to communicate it to you. Bear with me. So can we please come back to this? Thank you.
Sure.
Yes.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. At risk of being booed out of the place, I'm back to library building maintenance, transfer from operations, 173. What are our current contract dates? Like, how long are we in contract with regard to our library rental?
Oh, for the facility rental?
Yes.
Do you remember the library contract for the facility rental? The lease?
Through the chair to council, we just recently signed that agreement, and it's, I believe it's for a 10-year term. The first year we're unable to exit, and then we're able to exit with 1 year's notice after that, so it'd be at least 2 years before we could exit that.
I'm good now. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Now that I've gathered my thoughts, I'm going to go slowly. So in library building maintenance, you see this 173,510. And then you see the expenditures that make up that 173,510. So the revenue and the expenditure here, nil to zero. The actual cash, the actual other side, so the budget impact is sitting in non-functional. So when you look at it from a revenue, expenditure end, you have one revenue of 173,510. We track whether it's overtime or wages or lease rentals in this GL. And just to balance this GL and say council has for specific invoices, this is the GL I would go to and pull you that invoice. But under what we're transferring to organizations, under non-functional, we're reflected. So the net impact to the budget is still only one entry of 173,510. Through the chair to Councillor White, that is correct. Yeah.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Just wanted to add to that. A few years ago, this isn't the way it was documented, and it was very important to this, the previous council, I guess, that we actually see the true costs of operations. So instead of just saying we give a check to the library for $175,000 or whatever for operations, it's actually documented so that we understood what exactly the costs of the facilities were.
Councillor Hoy.
Are library staff under the city, or are they their own staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, they are not city employees, they are library staff.
Then, can I understand why we do employee contributions in WCB, which is 51310 and 51380?
The chair to Councillor Hoyle, so we do have facility staff from the city that work on the library building. So that portion is charged here
Okay, thank you.
in kind. Thank you.
Just a dumb question to ask, sorry. But if our employees are working in the library and our employees are working at a higher risk, like road maintenance, is there a difference in fees for workman's compensation?
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, the WCB is a rate. It's not, it doesn't vary based on, so if your wage is a certain amount, the WCB has a certain percentage of that, that's for WCB, and
So,
that's
but
what we pay.
You don't fall under certain classification as if you were to operate in a library versus you're operating on a road, your high risk fluctuates what you pay.
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, our category is municipalities. We're similar to all municipalities
So
in
you
Alberta.
have just one flat rate across no matter what department. If you're a high risk doing sewer, which you have a higher risk of getting injured
Through the
versus working in an office that you don't have.
Through the chair to Councillor Branco, WCB gives us a rate for employees of the city of Wetaskiwin, and that
Okay.
applies to everyone.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Moving on to the next building, operations building. Just where is this? What is this building? I just don't know what it is.
Through the chair to Councillor White, this is our building that houses our public works staff, our fleet facilities staff, and engineering.
Can you give me an address? Or is it like by the recycle bit, like by the
Yes.
recycle place?
It's the Public Works shop right next to the concrete ready mix.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley, sorry.
Thank you. Just through the chair, is that both buildings? Like the old Public Works building as well? So they're encompassed in, both buildings are encompassed in this?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it would include that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, there's a Works and Yards as well. So there are some old pieces and some new pieces, and I think they are separated out in the facilities
I believe there's
function.
four buildings total.
Yeah, but I think they come into two categories. Yeah, they're just into two categories.
So 590 operation building is really operation buildings
No, that would be the new building.
only?
Yeah, and then Works and Yards is all of the other buildings.
Gotcha, thank you.
Councillor White?
Through the chair to admin, looking forward to the tour.
Bring your safety boots.
Not this week.
Yeah, please not.
Can we go for a little break for 7 minutes?
You're the chair.
Thank you. Welcome back. And we'll move on.
Good morning, Council. My name is Tolope Maraisa, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the city. I will take you through the budget for the Financial Services Department. This department looks after customer services, financial reporting and budgeting, taxation and utilities. This includes all of our accounts payable, receivables, budgeting, the whole lot is what finance looks after. We also, some of the services we provide also includes payroll for the organization, bank and cash management, some portion of asset management, which is just looking after our tangible capital assets, as well as insurance and risk, and taxation and utilities, as previously mentioned. There's a net budget decrease in 2026 of 106,390, which is equivalent to 0.51% decrease in the tax rate. This is due to a decrease in cost recovery revenue of 26,000 to reflect amounts billed to PHUI for postage of utility bills, and a decrease in admin fee revenue of 19,000 to align with the actuals from paper bills and tax certificates. A few years ago, Council had implemented a charge for paper billing, and we've seen a decrease as more and more people sign up for electronic or e-send for their utility bills. There's a slide with more details of an overview of our department. Moving and traveling costs has been eliminated. A slight decrease in training costs. Our department was quite new a couple of years ago, so we required additional training costs to get everyone trained up. We've since decreased that. We switched banks after Scotiabank departed the community. We switched banks to CIBC to have a bank that actually is in the community and to provide us with banking services. And with that as well, we've seen a decrease in bank charges of about $5,000. Also, we did change some of our point of sales, so that's reflected in this budget. There's an increase in wages and salaries, which is indicative of merit increases on the grid for the team. We also increased interest expense by $10,960 for the Clean Energy Improvement Program. This is I can see Councillor White. This is a new program that's been put in place. I believe it's one of the projects spearheaded by FCM, where we had to work with Alberta municipalities, and when people install certain energy efficient equipment in their homes, we would put that onto taxes over a certain period of time. So the program is expected to launch. We've launched the program in the municipality, and when people sign up and meet the criteria, it's put on their taxes. Some of the funding is provided by AB Munis and FCM. We have increased postage by $10,000, as well as the cost of our audit fees. Audit fees keep increasing annually because the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board keep coming up with new standards, and auditors have to ensure that our statements align. I would say that Council can expect this to continue over the next several years. However, all other municipalities are in the same boat. Increased insurance costs. Again, we insure everything that the city owns through AB Munis. They give us an estimate, and then we adjust accordingly annually when we get our actual invoice. Our memberships have increased by 1,600 to show the actual cost of our memberships, which we do have 2 CPAs in our team and 1 about to become ones, and just specific memberships that we have to pay to keep our designations. Thank you. Any questions?
Councillor White.
Curiosity question on the memberships. I see them in this budget. Are they paid by the city or paid by the employee?
Through the chair to Councillor White, our memberships in our professional associations that benefit the city are paid by the municipality.
Sorry for the follow-up question. Are they paid directly by the city or indirectly? Through the employees' wages?
Through the chair to Councillor White, they're paid by the city. We do not pay through wages. So we, when we get the invoice for the membership with our names, we pay it with our credit card and attach that invoice to the submission for the credit card, and it is approved.
Councillor White? Okay. Question, postage. We all understand the postal office is going on strike, less use, and then we all have direct deposit, or why is our postage going up?
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, postage fees have gone up over the last several years. The Municipal Government Act still very highly considers the main way to distribute taxation and assessment notices to be through Canada Post. In periods when Canada Post is going on stage, we still are required to mail it, except the person signs up for the electronic version or the e-mailing notices. The costs that we incur on an annual basis, as reflected through the actuals for postage that you see, as at September, we were at $66,870. So postage costs have been increasing. What the city does do when the postal services does go on strike is we ensure that we have sufficient communication out to the public through our social media, through our website, asking people to say, we've mailed them in cases where we can mail them. We've mailed them, but please come in and we can still provide this to you. But the increase in postage cost is the answer to your question.
So, but when we went to direct deposit, if you got your postage or your invoices in the mail, we were charging, I believe, $2 or something more if you didn't have direct deposit or Interact, correct? Years ago. So we used that program where if the city didn't have to pay, but you're also, if you got a mail invoice, you paid another more money for that handling. Now, that handling charge, would that be not put up against the postage, or would that be put into reserve as an income?
Okay. Through the chair to Mayor Branco, are you talking about the $2.10-ish that we bill for paper billing?
Yes.
So that shows up as revenue, and that's decreasing. We adjusted our revenues this year. So we do have people signing up for it, but not 100% of our population is taking advantage of that.
So, but since we changed to direct deposit or Interact, is the percentage of people using that drop down quite a bit? Or there's no drop in...
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, so I need to clarify that whereas we have a charge for utility bills,
Yes.
when they are paper sent, we are not able to charge for taxes. Your tax, we cannot charge you for paper. Like I mentioned earlier, the Act requires us to mail it for assessment notices and taxation notices. So there is no revenue associated with whether you get paper or electronically. However, we do encourage everyone to sign up electronically to save on costs for the city, but we cannot bill residents for that.
What I'm trying to get across is we use a lot more interaction computers. Wouldn't that have dropped the cost of our postage down?
Yeah. Through the chair to Mayor Branco, the drop that you're referring to is not significant enough to make
Thank
an
you.
impact yet, because postage costs are still rising.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Councillor White.
Please give me some background and help me understand. In Cost Center 065 Finance, in the revenue section, transfers from reserves, I had notes to myself. What reserve and why pull money from reserve for finance? I see 100,000 for this year so far, plan for 160, and for next year planning to pull 160, but then not again for some future years. Help me understand.
Through the chair to Councillor White, we had a 3-year term finance employee to help with a certain project. Some of the councillors might recall to do with our council gave us money to do a tangible capital asset project. We found deficiencies and resources and decided to use it for cleanup from certain years in the past as well, where we've had some concerns with the finance department and ended up with a 3-year term using the pocket of dollars that council gave us from reserves to fund that, that project. So the remainder of it is what we're carrying forward. I should also correct that it is 109,040. The total of 258,040 is in fact correct. We are trying to figure out how this particular glitch happened, but these are numbers. I do apologize for the error. The totals are correct and the total budget is correct. But this is what this fund is, what this transfer from reserves is. The cost of that position, however, is in salaries, is allocated into salaries. So both the revenue and expenditure side are in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll keep on moving.
Good morning, Council. So I will be representing the Municipal Services Division. My name is Kathy Lewin. I am the General Manager of Municipal Services. And so if you can go to the next slide, please, Jess, thank you. So within Municipal Services, we have our Peace Hills Utilities Incorporated. So this is the municipally controlled corporation that the city 100% owns that does our water and wastewater utility operations. The next area is engineering and airport operations, planning and development, and public works. And so within, I guess, public works manages all the parks, transportation, both the Wetaskiwin and Memorial cemeteries. It handles our drainage or storm, as well as environmental services is within this area as well, which also includes our landfill, waste and organics collection, and our recycling center. Within engineering, we have kind of 4 main areas: our project management, assessments and studies of our infrastructure, general engineering services, and then development engineering. So this is the area where assisting planning and development when new developments come in. Within planning and development, we issue all the business licenses, do all the development permits, building permits, subdivision applications, land use bylaw, any of our land use plans and policies, as well as any customer inquiries. Peace Hills Utilities, as I indicated, they do our water treatment and distribution and wastewater collection and treatment. And then within Public Works, as well as the snow and ice control, street sweeping, roadway maintenance, sidewalk and trail maintenance. And then, no, I've already mentioned all of those. All right, so within municipal services and engineering, so we have a net budget increase of approximately $32,000 projected for 2026, and this is due to an increase in legal fees as well as employee compensation. So as Sue had mentioned earlier today, the city manager's legal fees were reduced in order to cover the increase in municipal services. Any questions on municipal services and engineering? No? All right, moving on then. Peace Hills Utilities Incorporated. So again, I mentioned that this is the municipally controlled corporation that is owned by the city. So it has no impact on the city's operating budget. Any questions? All right. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry to go back to engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any carryover projects in engineering that we didn't spend the allowed money?
To the chair, any of that won't actually be noted within the operating budget because it was all capital projects, but I guess for capital funding that was done, their projects are just wrapping up within the last month, so our invoices are still coming in, but right now we're estimating that we're going to be spending to the budget or right up to it, so,
Thank you.
yeah. All right, so under airport operations, we're seeing a net budget decrease projection for 2026 of about $91,000. And so for the 2026 budget, two cost centers, 450 and 460, were merged. It was just easier for tracking costs to not have airside versus airport general separated. And then we've also moved a 0.5 FTE from airport operations into public works because now those two areas are merged. And so that FTE went into public works. And so we've also done some pay down of a local improvement in there as well. And then as indicated earlier today, the fleet cost center and facility cost centers are no longer being allocated through here. Any questions on airport? All right, moving on. Planning and development and business licensing. So we're looking at a net budget increase projected for 2026 of about almost $55,000. And this again is due to an increase in legal fees, compensation for our employees, the land use bylaw public engagement, which is a one-time expense coming from reserves. And we're also seeing a decrease in revenues just to reflect our 4-year averages. And again, the city manager's legal fees were reduced in order to cover the increase here in planning and development. Any questions?
Councilor White.
Thank you. In planning and development, I see, just a sec, I lost my spot. Contracted services labor for 58K. Can you help me understand what that's for? Sorry, do you want cost centers and GL numbers?
No, that's fine, thank you. So Councillor White, are you looking for the difference from 2025 to 2026 projection?
Nope, just educate me.
Oh, so what contracted services is? Sure. So within planning and development, this, for 2026, this is the continuation of our offsite levy bylaw review, or offsite levy bylaw that we're looking at implementing, and this is funded through the stabilization reserve. And so you'll see the transfer in the revenues to cover that. And there's also this special study area statutory plan that council approved earlier in 2025. And that's what is part of that $350,000 budget.
Can I ask who's providing that service?
Uh,
Like,
through
is
the-
it a person or an entity?
Through the chair to council. So both of these projects, we have consultant dollars being spent on this. There's obviously some internal work being done as well, but we do have consultants hired for both of these projects.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? All right, moving along to Public Works. So the first section will look at parks and transportation. So there is a net budget decrease projected for 2026 of about $596,000. And this is again due to the fact that we are no longer allocating equipment pool charges into each department, that it'll all be covered through the fleet cost center and the facilities cost centers. Any questions for Parks and Transportation?
Oh, Councillor White?
Yep. Can you just confirm what I saw on my screen said, sorry, I lost it now. Something in transportation?
Parks and Transportation?
Is that, should that be correlating with what I'm looking at on a page called Cost Center Public Works Operations and Transportation Maintenance?
Through the chair to council. So there are a number of cost centers within Public Works. And so there's about 5 of them within that. So there's 606, 616, 620, 655, and 670.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to Kathy. Under Parks Maintenance 670, 55590 is vandalism repairs. Is there more vandalism to come in? And the
Yeah, encourage.
right, and the reason I say that is that the ask is for 0.5% increase, yet we're less than 10% money spent.
Through the chair to council, the reason why we're showing a slight increase for 2026 is because we've looked at our past number of year averages, and they've been approximately this value. For some reason this year, we've just not been requested to do any sort of vandalism repairs in the community.
Thank you.
Councillor White?
If this is coming up, then I apologize for not understanding which things flow together. Cost Center 606 CP rail maintenance, is that part of public parks and transport
Through the
Whatever
chair
it
to
was called on the
council,
screen that I can't see
it
now.
is CP rail maintenance is part of Public Works. Yes.
Can you help me understand the city's obligations around this, the CP rail crossings signals line?
Sure. Through the chair to council, so this is basically, we have a contract with CPKC, so Canadian Pacific Kansas City Rail, and so this is a contract for any sort of maintenance. So we have utility crossing agreements, and then any of the kind of the fencing that goes along both sides of the tracks, the city is responsible for maintaining that. And the reasoning behind that is, I can't quite recall the year, but it was a number of years ago that city administration requested through CP Rail at the time to stop whistle signaling within the city limits. And so as part of that contract, the city is now responsible for maintaining the fences that are along the rail track. So that's what this cost center covers. You're welcome.
Question to ask you, were we successful in applying any funding for that sidewalks we did at both crosswalks in town?
To the chair, that project was funded through either through the local government fiscal framework grant or the Canadian Community Building Fund. So it was grant funded, yes.
Okay, so we didn't get nothing from CP?
To the chair, I believe that they gave us a discount on the cost of that, but it was the city's responsibility for the sidewalks. They were the ones that took out the third track that is no longer there and did some of the new safety guards for the rail.
Thank you.
Just further to that too, we have over 100-year-old agreement that since I've gotten here 9 years ago, we've been trying to get them at the table to renegotiate. and we have not been successful to date.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kathy. Kathy, where would I find dollar values for summer students?
Through the chair to council, so that would look, that you would look in cost center 616, that would Public Works Operations, and it would be under GL 51230, hourly casual.
And can you help me understand budgeted versus spent and the dollar value for 2026, please?
Through the chair to council, so so you're looking at the actual 2025 versus what was budgeted for 2025?
Correct.
So this was, when employees are hired, forms are filled out, and GL entries are put in. I know that there was a mistake on some of these when the employees were hired, and so they were being coded, certain employees were being coded into this that should have been coded into the 51210 hourly, and so this will be adjusted by year end. There will be a journal entry to make sure that casual employees are coded there, and then our hourlies are coded correctly.
Thank you. And at what point do we actually make application for summer students and summer grants?
Through the chair to council. So we are actually just finishing the Canada Summer Job Grant application right now, and that will be submitted shortly. And then we typically won't hear probably until March of 2026 if we've received the grant.
And we've talked about this as a intergovernmental conversation. So have we set anything up with those negotiations or contacts or whatever?
Through the chair to council, we have had initial discussions because Councillor Billingsley ran into.
The individual?
Yep, and so once we get the application finished, and we will print our application, and then hopefully one of you will go to that person's office to request that support.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions, we'll go to the next slide. And so this is a continuation of the Public Works Department. And so this has the drainage component and waste management. And the reason why I separated these is because for drainage, there's no change to the budget. This is a utility fee, so there's no tax impact. There is a proposal, which you'll see later on through the fees and charges, that there's a proposal to increase the storm fees by 10% to allow for additional maintenance on our stormwater infrastructure. So, for example, a single-family residential dwelling would see an increase of 28 cents per month if council was to approve this 10% increase. And then for waste management, we're looking at a net decrease of about $9,000 for 2026. And again, this is a utility fee and there's no tax impact. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for these two areas.
Councillor Nielsen.
Could we have that slide back up again, please? So Kathy, on this slide, when we talk about drainage, are we talking about storm?
Through the chair to council, that's correct. So drainage, storm, water, surface water, same thing.
And is there any implications in this document related to storm or drainage in relation to the IMCS, municipal ICS?
Yeah. So recently, the government has included storm drainage as an allowable part of the ICF. Our ICF is up for renewal in 2026. I've already talked to the county about it, and we're well on our way to having those discussions because the report's been done and everything about the contribution from the county. So that's going to happen in this next iteration. So the storm budget does not consider anything to do with ICF currently.
Thank you.
Councillor White,
In camera?
thank you. Motion to move into camera, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Welcome back again. Can I have a motion to come out of camera?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All of those in favor? Carried.
Through the chair to council, if there's any other questions for municipal services, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, I believe our next section would be going into our non-functional services.
For clarification, what was, water drainage, that include, we're talking about, sorry, my colleague, what did we say before? So the water draining on the curb, is that what we were saying, not wastewater, what was the word? Storm sewer. So in front of the house, is the residents pay percentage per lineal meter or whatever? Or is that?
To the chair, the way the drainage fees are set up is that it's per, we actually have three. There's one for like residential, there's one for kind of multifamily, and then there's one for commercial and institutional. So there's just essentially a fee broken down in order to get enough money so that we can do the maintenance. So we're doing catch basin cleaning, storm, like the actual storm mains, any infrastructure improvements there, partly to the ditches that run all through the city, and then as well as any of our stormwater management facilities. So that would be the maintenance for all of that category.
So, but it does not, what I'm trying to say is our streets, we have our streets, so the storm water that drains on the curb and gutter is part of that, or do you charge per lineal? Cubic meter? No, it's a cubic meter.
Through the chair, or to the chair, pardon me, it is just per parcel. So a residential property would pay a certain amount per month. A commercial institutional site would pay additional because their lots are bigger, and then multifamily, same thing.
Based on water consumption? No.
No, it is just a flat fee just to cover the costs, because the revenue we collect from the ratepayers is the expenditures that we spend. We don't spend more, and anything that, if we do spend less, it goes into a storm reserve to cover infrastructure maintenance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello again, Council. We'll now go into the non-functional area. A preamble about this area is just areas that do not sit specifically in other departments. Just next slide, please. There's a net budget decrease in this area of about equivalent to about 3.09%, or $644,000, 238. There's factored into this is increased taxation revenue from inflation and growth of industrial and commercial properties. Final assessments, which include inflation, will be received at the end of February, so prior to assessment notices going out and tax rates being set. Again, this does not include inflation. Utilities return on investment increased, basically money to be received from PCILS Utilities Inc. by $141,470. There's a decrease in transfer from reserve of $771,480. Last year, council supported the budget to the tune of $571,480 to stabilize the tax rate. This was removed from the base budget because it was a one-time funding. Also, we removed the $200,000 that council approved towards the home builder incentive. At the time it was approved last year, it was a one-off, so that's not reflected. So the sum of that has now been removed from the 2026 base budget. Franchise fee revenue has decreased, not just only from the 1% decrease that was approved by council. The 1% was equivalent to $62,845, but also ATCO and Fortis are projecting a net decrease, perhaps due to consumption of the total revenue that we would receive from franchise fees. This total equates to $247,050. There's also decreased taxation the decrease in taxation penalties revenue by about $100,000 due to just more active efforts with taxation with recovery relating to property taxes. Recently, we came to council regarding properties that were not sold at the public auction, and we're advancing in that and being more proactive with collection efforts in an hoping that with people paying on time, we can instead have interest revenue, and we will budget accordingly when we see that happen. Other significant changes to this budget area is a decrease in transfer to reserve, which we have discussed earlier, decrease in grants to organizations. We removed the $210,000 contribution to WDAX from the base budget. They've since presented and requested $211,000, which council has since directed us to add to the operating business cases. However, the $210,000 is not in the base budget that you currently have. Council approves this on an annual basis. Decreased rebates by $183,200 as council approved the home builder initiative just for 1 year. And then there's increased transfer to operations expense, which is netted against the admin fee revenue by $176.40. PHU High, in how it's run, had a bit of a rehog in terms of how things will be done in that department, so I can't speak much to this in a public setting, but I believe council is aware of this. Thank you. Any questions?
Carry on. Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, I'm looking at my notes yesterday, so maybe I either took poor notes or I didn't fully understand. In transferred operations for 26, I see 1.12 million. And my notes say part of it was library, but a big chunk, 900K for Peace Hills funding. Can you help me? Can you read my mind of what notes I took yesterday?
Through the chair to Councillor White, I cannot read your mind. However,
Okay.
I can provide some details on what makes up the 1.1 million
Yeah.
budgeted in this department. So in the transfer to operations,
Yep.
we have PSOL costs totaling about $1 million. So
Yep.
we have the allocation of facility costs for several facilities, and then we have the admin fee, which is revenue, salary, of about 100,000. So the total PCL's portion of that transfer to operations, similar to what I described earlier under library, where you had asked the question about transfer to operations. This is similar, where we have another PCL's department where you have the in and out.
So the corresponding in for this is what
So we have a
cost center
P-
should I go looking for that in?
In your package, there's
Yeah.
a PHU high department,
Okay.
similar to how we had the library where all those expenditures are tracked. And so we do need to show this other side. And PCLs just pay us for these.
Yeah. Follow-up question, P-Sales is in non-functional? P-Sales expenses is in non-functional?
No, it's under department, costing center 801.
Through the chair to Councillor White, there was a page at the beginning of, I think this is the one she's talking about, at the beginning of your level 3 package. But the Peace Hills budget is actually managed by the Peace Hills board. And the only thing that actually comes into the city is the ROI and the admin fee. So the Peace Hills budget is completely managed by Peace Hills Utilities. And I think that they threw this in for information, but in my opinion, I don't even think we should have had a Peace Hills budget presented to council because it's theirs to manage. Yeah, and so we do bill them as well for things that are not covered through the admin fee, and they do directly pay us for that.
Thank you. I see numbers close enough.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, in regards to the grants to organization 57750. Part of that is the grants and aid, is that correct? And then we have the is that part of that, all that same? What's entailed in the $97,000?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, there's we have a commitment to STARS of $19,000 per annum. We support the United Heritage Festival. I believe this commitment is till 2029 for $25,000. We have grants in aid and community grants and business initiatives that total $53,600.
So a follow-up question, it's going to be about STARS. You said we're committed. Are we committed, or we've opted to?
Be committed.
Right.
Opted to be committed.
Oh, sorry. The committed piece is, in my records, the United Heritage Festival 2025 to 2029.
Right. In other words, I guess it depends on your definition of committed. So in other words, we're not under obligation for the $19,000 to STARS in 2026.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I would have to go back to see that council motion to determine what number of years council approved it for.
For clarification, it's my understanding that previous councils can't encumber, for lack of, right, future councils.
That is correct, unless there is a letter of commitment or some sort of contract that's signed. I do believe that the STARS ask was not a contractual commitment. It was just a request of council, and council did approve it through the budget last year, so you do have the ability to give notice and get out. I don't even think you need to give notice, really. We just need to tell them it's not funded anymore.
I'm just debating now or later.
Pardon me.
Now, so I struggle, well, I don't struggle with this, I guess. I think that STARS is an absolute wonderful organization. The work that they do is very important throughout the province. What I do struggle with is why a municipality is subsidizing AHS and the duties and the obligations that they have to the province. Many people donate to STARS because they have the ability to get a tax receipt. As an organization such as ourselves, we don't pay tax, so therefore a tax receipt would do us little to no good. So as much as I appreciate what STARS does, I would much rather allocate $19,000 to organizations like FCSS, which could do a whole lot better, more good in our community.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
You sold me on the last comment.
Yeah, I would.
I want to give a brief historical perspective. We were, as a council, were approached for a presentation from STARS. They have a large number of municipalities across the province. The majority of municipalities across the province make contributions to help them stay viable. I don't disagree with Councillor Billingsley's assessment about this is actually a health care service. Having said that, however, we received an awful lot of data about the number of trips STARS makes into our community in support of healthcare in our community where local hospital can't provide the service, and it gets our residents and neighbors out of our community into a oftentimes life-saving circumstance. And they simply asked for a contribution based on population. And at the time, this was a significant debate amongst council for the very reason Councillor Billingsley is speaking about. Every time the government steps back from providing services that they are saying they're ultimately responsible for, oh, now my political, while at the same time staying out of our sandbox, it creates a dilemma, I guess, for the last council as to how do we ensure a safe place, a safe service for our residents. Now, do I believe that stars will stop flying into Wetaskiwin if we take away $19,000? And I would suspect the answer would be highly unlikely. Having said that, if that was the attitude taken by all the municipalities, then I don't know if stars would fly at all. So I still support the decision that was made with regard to supporting stars to support our community and hospital services. In spite of your last statement.
Councillor Eberly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Freak. So I will go home after lunch because I am not 100% and do this from home. I don't even know who that other person was. I apologize profusely, honestly. Thank you, Mayor Bronco. Most of what I was thinking, at least, has been covered by Councillor Nielsen. I was going to call you Councillor Elliott just for fun. And I just wanted to put honestly, my 2 cents in of, I struggle 100% with any time we are asked to support something that is health related. I do think that that is necessary, and anytime we're asked to support something that I do see as having trickled down, and I just really want to say that it is this project, and it is this project of stars that has impacted me directly, and I couldn't not be in favor of it, just because I do know the differences it makes to citizens at their greatest need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. A few years ago, we changed our level of service with the fire department with Assess, which is a service, which is something to do with AHS, where we would not no longer assist with their needs. And like I say, I'm not saying they do bad work. I just don't understand why a municipality is making a donation. And we are making a donation, because if I was to do it as an individual, it'd be a donation to AHS, essentially. I just don't understand why they are not funding this 100%, and why municipalities, we don't do it for ambulances. We don't fund ambulances. Why are we funding stars?
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Bronco. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, when it comes to supporting fire services, supporting ambulances, that was unless needed, right? So it was a non-automatic support, if I'm understanding what you're referring to.
But it's a reduction in service.
It was a reduction in service that we saw to be redundant, thank you, in that fire could attend every ambulance call if necessary, but they weren't needed at every ambulance call. So rather than going to it regardless, they would go to to an accident, to an ambulance call when needed.
Well, they would reallocate resources, right? Because now they're going to have to spend dollars to do the things that we were paying for. So they're reallocating dollars.
It was
no different than they're reallocating dollars to other things in AHS's budget instead of giving that money to STARS.
It was my understanding that it was a show up regardless. So there was not a need. So if you showed up to an ambulance, people would show up to an ambulance, oh my gosh, to an incident in case there was a need for a lift that the ambulance drivers could not do. So now the service is still there. It's just not a show up unless needed. So we're still showing up when needed.
Yes, but not all of that was, some of them, they would still need to assist, right? That we no longer are going to, unless, is that?
When
right?
we go
So,
when the need is there.
Like I say, I really struggle with City of Wetaskiwin tax dollars subsidizing AHS/charity. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I have a question to my colleagues or to administration. STARS ambulance is called in on a major, highly emergency at an accident. But when they are called by the hospital, does anybody know who pays for that bill? Is that Alberta Health? Because if there's somebody not outside of an accident, critical in the hospital, you know, we may need a heart transplant, something went wrong inside the hospital, and they call for STARS, who recuperates that cost? Is it Alberta Health or is it STARS? I know in emergency accidents, it's different.
I'm not going to claim at all, Mayor Bronco, to be an expert in how they charge anybody. What my understanding is that STARS provides the service when asked, and so and part of the reason when they came to us last year was because their funding from the province has, and I'm trying not to throw anybody under a bus, but there has been a reduction in funding, and so that's where I agree with one part of what you're saying, and it's just, I do think that as a government we can also fund this service to help our citizens.
Okay, so Councillor Billingsley, would you like to make a motion to that or no? Or
Well, I already did. I already said I would like to reduce grants to organizations by $19,000 and remove STARS as a recipient.
Can we have, is that the motion? So can I have that put on?
No, it's a straw poll.
Straw polls, I'm sorry. Councillor Elder, you have a?
Yeah, I just think we need more I need more information here. I'd like to know total amount of calls, whether it revolves around here, Musqueam. Like I want more information.
Can I speak to that? So
Yes.
So us giving the $19,000 doesn't get us preferential treatment. We don't dictate what STARS is. We did get a presentation of all the things they do, and please don't make it, I don't want to make it sound like they do crappy work and it's not worth the 19 grand we're spending. 19 grand barely makes a drop in the ocean as far as this goes. So they do, I mean, I'm going to say there was like there was many calls. Again, where I struggle with this is not our sandbox to be contributing to AHS. I'm not saying that they don't do good work. I'm not saying that it isn't saving lives. What I'm saying is the municipality of Wetaskiwin, I don't understand why we're funding AHS.
Councillor Elder, I believe we're one of the highest fly-ins in the province.
Per capita.
Per capita. We are the highest.
I think it's worth every cent.
But I do have a vote, so all of those in favor of removing $19,000 from our budget, raise your hands. Opposed? Opposed win. Thank you.
Mayor Bronco, I just want to let you know lunch is here in case.
Thank you. So we will stop for lunch for half an hour, 45 minutes. What would you gentlemen and ladies like?
It's your call, Mr. Chair.
45 minutes. Let's be here at 1:45.
scoring operating business cases that come in front of council to try and make sure that it either meets your strategic goals or is somehow supported through master plans or long-term department plans. We did do a short presentation to the public through the budget open house, but our team is going to go into more detail with these, obviously, because this is our opportunity to sell these business cases as urgent to the organization. Council also has the ability to pull up anything unfunded or talk about anything else that you would like. I just want to also point out that there was an operating business case that was mentioned yesterday. We didn't actually develop an operating business case. We just have it on the list for you to discuss today. But we did not put a lot of effort into the background like we do with the ones that are presented there for you. We did also, on the first couple of pages, you're going to see what the funding sources are. But we do note that on some of the operating business cases, the funding source, although it may be, say, reserves, it doesn't say the specific reserve. So council was handed out a one-page sheet at the beginning of budget that relates to what each operating business case is so that you don't have to flip back and forth. And I think that's it. So if there are no questions before we get started, I'll turn everything over to Kevin Bamber.
Yay. Good afternoon. The first one on the list is the Wetaskiwin Policing Committee. In April of this year, the province required each community to be part of a regional policing committee or a municipal policing committee. As we are under 15,000, we could be part of the regional policing committee, but council at the time thought it was more important that this community have its own policing committee and we could help to set our own standards and priorities rather than the priorities set by the other members of the region. So that's why we went with the municipal policing committee, which is a requirement once we hit 15,000. But like I said, it's something that council thought was more important that we get into now because we probably will be at 15,000 fairly soon. So this is this operating business case is for a budget to make the committee functioning. It would be to be able to go to the Alberta Policing Committee conference, not for all members, but for 1 or 2 members. It would be for annual membership fees to the association. It would be program supplies, business cards, office supplies. It would be for criminal records checks. We're estimating this to be between $100 and $200 a person right now because they're far more in depth than a check that you or I would go into for a vulnerable sector records check. We're anticipating that this committee will hold 1 or 2, I mean, it's totally up to them, open houses through the year to get community feedback on the priorities of policing. So this would be able to support that as well, to maybe use a facility to bring in some snacks or advertising, that type of thing. So that's what the budget of $6,400 is for. Any questions?
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. But in truth, we'll have an expenditure, we have a requirement, it's a requirement that we have the commission, or committee, whatever it's called, and it's either municipal or regional. So this isn't an opt-out opportunity.
Councillor Billings.
No, so is the answer yes?
Through the chair to council, we have to have a policing committee. That we chose a municipal policing committee was the decision made on the floor here. We could have been part of a regional committee, which then some of these costs would be shared with the regional partners.
Councillor Billings.
Yeah, so through the chair to council, I guess, yes, we have to belong to this membership. But there are things that, there's conferences, that is not required. Not saying it's not valuable, but it's not required to be part of the organization, if that makes sense. I'm not saying to take it out, but really, from what I can tell, the criminal checks and the membership are required. The rest of it is optional. I'm not saying that they're a bad option. I'm just saying, if you want to talk about what's actually required, would be the membership itself and record checks.
Thank you. Jen? So this provincial police or policing is going to take a couple of years before it gets into effect. So, no?
It's not.
Through the chair to council, we anticipate, or we hope to have this committee up and running and have their first meeting within January, and it will be fully functioning as soon as the criminal record checks are done. Our first meeting will likely be some training, but within the first quarter we'll be up and running, as the province expects most municipalities to be.
Sorry, Mayor Bronco, what you're thinking of is a provincial police authority.
Yes.
This is our police commission that the province has forced us to start up.
Okay, thank you. So I guess it's something we need. Councillor Billingsley.
I'm going to make the recommendation to move $6,450 to the 2026 budget.
Thank you. All of those in favor?
Well, we can always pull it.
Councillor Laura White, all of those in favor? Thank you, carried.
So just for newbies, I guess, this doesn't make it so, in the sense of we've added it, we're going to have a final discussion at the end when we get a final number of when the lights go off, and then from there, then we can start making some adjustments at that point if necessary. So this does not automatically, for sure, 100%.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Thank
Even
you.
though it probably will be.
That's correct.
Absolutely. Everything we've discussed.
All right, if there's nothing else, I'll continue on to the next item within enforcement services, and that's an overtime budget. Currently, enforcement services does not work any federal or provincial statutory holidays, same with all city employees. If they do, it's through overtime. However, peace officers and bylaw officers receive calls all days of the year. So this operating business case is to see if council is amenable to increase the service levels, which is what all these operating business cases are about, to have enforcement services on staff for the statutory holidays. So again, this would be an increase of service level compared to what we currently provide. And that's estimated at $35,000.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kevin, is the plan kind of to spend up to $35,000 and then when that's exhausted, we're done with overtime? Or do you have a plan in place of saying, like, how did you arrive to get to that point? Like, did you say, well, about 35 grand should, or will that only get us till August? If you know what I'm saying.
Sure. Through the chair to council. We just calculated it out based on average of every officer being on a statutory holiday, and worked out to X number of dollars per shift times 5 officers. You might only have 2 to 3 officers per shift. So then we figured out that we'd have $27,400 per year. The other $7,800 This includes currently the banked overtime that we have for those officers for these statutory holidays. So we're just kind of adding the two together to come out with an estimate what 2026 might be.
And if we were to add 1 or 2 more officers, would that amount would the amount required to fulfill this need decrease?
Through the chair to council, the same number of officers would be required to be on a statutory holiday as any shift. So if we had 5 officers or 8 officers,
it wouldn't matter.
The number is likely going to be the same because some people will naturally be off on those days anyways.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
So I just want to understand, so this is bylaw, not RCMP, correct?
Correct.
RCMP work weekends and holidays.
Through the chair to council, we also work weekends. So this is for bylaw and CPO. Yeah, and RCMP, we pay X number of dollars, and that includes statutory holidays.
So I guess sorry.
Councillor Elder.
The last question, is it trackable that we really need this? Like
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, this has actually come forward based on conversations that we've had with council over the last couple of years and frustration in not always being able to provide service. There are days that we're down and then we're relying on the RCMP. So this was just brought forward as an enhancement to the system that we have if council wants that.
Okay, thank you.
Just remember, when we get to the end of all the business cases, it doesn't mean it stays.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Councillor Billingsley.
Or if 4 of us don't want this at all,
Right.
we could say no thank you, and then we don't. You
Doesn't
always have
go.
the option to bring it back, but realistically, it's done.
Thank you. So the question is, would you like to spend?
Councillor Aberley has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry,
She's
I can't
online.
see behind me.
No, look on your screen.
Yes, Councillor Aberlin. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bronco. I will be, I'm in support of this. One of the things that I consistently hear, even if it is our enforcement services, whether that's our community police officers or especially bylaw, not available on the weekends. And I'm going to give an example of dog barking, that a dog can bark all weekend and there's nobody there to enforce this disturbance that is happening. I also think that not everything that we may need enforcement services for happens Monday to Friday. And I think a 7-day model is more impactful on ensuring that our bylaws and other, again, I'm apologizing because words aren't going to come out properly, but other needs that we need them for are handled.
Thank you. Councillor White?
Through the chair to through the chair to administration. I think I've read that the current level of service is 350 days a year, and this business case is to increase that by 4 days to 365 days a year?
Through the chair to council, it's for all statutory holidays. We currently work some of those statutory holidays as mentioned, and that's what was the $7,800 I mentioned. It's just through overtime. But in order for us to work all the statutory holidays and be part of our regular shifts, that's what this operating business case is for.
Follow-up question. So currently, we're already covering the 7 days a week other than those statutory holidays?
Through the chair to council, that's correct. We work weekends now. It's just I think there's 11 or...
Sorry, Councillor White, it's 14. It was 351 to 365.
Thank you.
So a question, Kevin. So this is just to pay the overtime on the statutory holidays. We still work statutory holidays.
Through the chair to council, only on occasion. So for example, enforcement services would come out and help out with a Canada Day parade, and one or two officers might come on for those few hours. So that's why the current overtime budget is very small for that, because it's not a full shift. It might only be for a few hours, and not for every statutory holiday, only for some of them.
Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, is there a on-call aspect to the bylaw and CPO services?
Through the chair to council, could you explain that a bit more?
Sure. If the example of Canada Day, where some of these resources were utilized for just a couple of hours, so not complete shifts of a day, was that, I assume Canada Day was a scheduled thing, but is there a mechanism for being on call on these 14 days that are not currently scheduled?
Through the chair to council, that's works with the enforcement services manager, and he looks ahead on the calendar and says, okay, we want to have 1 or 2 staff for this particular day for a couple hours. So that would be scheduled by the manager.
I think further to your question, Councillor White, if we don't have on-call, like you can't just phone and say there's a bylaw emergency, we need bylaw here, it would go to the RCMP.
Councillor Nielsen.
No, Sue answered the comment.
So, Sue, if we don't have a bylaw officer and the call goes to the RCMP, now do we pay overtime for that officer of RCMP officer to come in for that day? Because they don't have overtime on statutory holidays or not?
No, the RCMP work 365 days a year.
Councillor White.
Through the chair to council, I am leaning towards not supporting this.
Thank you. Question on the table. All those in favor of supporting the overtime for $35,000 or $35,200? All of those in favor? Oppose? Carried.
Continuing on, the next one on the list is actually 2 parts. It's both dealing with the RCMP. One is the retro pay, and one is the projected annual increase after the retro pay has been paid. Currently, the RCMP are working without a contract that expired at the end of March of this year, and they're in collective bargaining right now with the federal government. One thing in our favor, because of the RCMP, is the current federal government is the same one as previous. So that would likely mean that negotiations would happen quicker if we had a change in the federal government. The negotiations would likely have to restart with new parties, and it would probably take longer. So we're anticipating in contact with the RCMP that this will likely be settled within Q1 or the beginning of Q2, but that's an estimate. And then we would owe approximately 1 year of retro pay for whatever the settlement is, and then so that would be the $174,000. And then going forward from, let's say it is settled at the end of Q1, going forward, beginning of Q2 in 2026, we have to pay the increased rate for the RCMP at whatever that rate is. Currently is projected to be in that 3.5% range. Any questions?
Councillor Billingsley.
I'll be in support of this. We have really no choice as long as we have our CMP. We don't set their amount that we must pay. We just get to set the amount of officers. So if we don't set this aside, we're still going to have to pay it. So I would think it'd be more prudent to plan as opposed to, because they don't have a contract, we are going to have to pay. At what point? Don't know, but we're still going to have to pay, so why would you not plan? So I'm in full support of this. Not that I like it, but it's reality.
Sue?
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that I throw this out there. One option for council is to reduce one member.
Of course.
Yeah, just throwing that out.
But wouldn't that be coming only a year from now, or is it this year?
City council could give notice at any time to either call up or reduce the size.
Councillor Nielsen.
I'd like to pursue that a little bit. So through the chair to Sue, we can give notice at any time. Then, are you aware if there is a time period?
To reduce?
Yes. So if it was a decision of this council to reduce one RCMP member to offset that cost, I'm assuming that officer would have to be given notice and time to pack up his kit and get picked up somewhere else and all the rest of that, and that they would be working until that transfer occurred. So we would still be on the hook for that time period. Do we have any kind of idea what that timeline might look like? So if we were to give notice, is it likely that they may not leave our employment for 6 months, so we're still on the hook for 90?
We would have to check with Inspector Spans on that, but it's my understanding that at any given time he's got vacancies. And my suggestion would be to council to tap into one of those vacancies, and then we don't have to worry about giving notice.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
So I think these are two different budget items in the sense of this would go into the policing reserve, right? And whereas if we cut an RCMP, would actually be out of the $7 million that we allocate for RCMP. Because we're not spending this money until we have to. The RCMP, if we cut an officer, that would quasi immediately. So they'd be different buckets. Net result potentially would be close to the same, but they're not the same. Because this wage increase, until we have to pay it, would be sitting in a reserve. Because we don't have to pay that money today.
Right now.
Correct. We don't know when we're going to pay it. Eventually, we will be paying this amount.
Or more.
Potentially more. If we cut an RCMP officer,
We still pay.
it comes out of that $7 million that we set aside.
You know, I understand that. Yeah.
So I'm suggesting, nope.
Councillor Nielsen.
This is part of the conversation, I guess, about kicking the can down the road. For sure, we can add this to the tax base. That's where it's coming from, tax base.
Mhm.
So we can add it to the tax base. And next year, we'll be paying this theoretically twice.
No, because we already owe, is it a year? When did the contract expire?
Through the chair to council, the current contract expired at the end of March of this year.
Right, so we already have a liability.
Yeah?
So if we, right?
Yeah,
So we already owe 135.
A portion of that,
Correct.
yes.
So we already have that liability, but we don't have money to offset that.
Yes, but my comment is, if you made a decision to cut a member now,
That's later.
Which you could, right? That will reduce the 7 million to 600 and, or 6,850,000. What, bad math, but you get the idea. That would change, but you still don't have the money in the reserve
to pay for
to
it.
pay that.
Yeah.
Is there any chance, I know you guys are gonna shoot me, since we don't have to pay this for now, when that bill comes out, to take it out of reserve, and then that way we don't have to deal with a tax implication, an increase in tax implication,
So where are you expecting the money to come from?
reserves.
That's what we're doing. We would be putting this money into a reserve to hold it so that when the bill comes in, we have money to pay that bill.
Okay, but then, so it won't increase the tax, what we're doing here.
Well, yes, but we owe this money.
Yes.
We owe the money but don't have it,
Or,
so we're billing ourselves and putting $180,000 away, so when the bill comes in, we can pay it.
correct.
But Counselor White.
Well, you can finish your.
No,
were you
no,
done?
go ahead.
Okay. Just reading in the rationale, I want confirmation that the forecast of having an obligation in 26 and probably 27 of 180, 186 is built into that RCMP operating ask, the 7 million or the 6.4? So this operating case is only for the 1 year of retro pay that we're going to need to come up with?
Through the chair to council, this operating business case, as you see in the long sheet here, is divided up into A and B, even though it's both attached to the same OBC on the in front of you. But when I presented the RCMP yesterday, I said the range could be from, I believe, like 5.4 million all the way up to about 7 million. That would depend on the number of officers, the amount of overtime they have, and what the final pay increase would be.
Okay, so that was included, thank you.
Sorry, just a reminder too that none of the OBCs that are being presented are in budget. If they get approved, they go into budget, and if this particular one got approved, we would add those 3 years into our projected budget. Obviously for deliberation next year, so you have the opportunity, but we would put it forward as part of our draft.
Vote on $174,000 to put it, how would you say, what would the word?
Adding it to the, is that what you're suggesting? My suggestion is to add this business case to the budget.
Okay, that's what I'm
And
asking.
the total value of that business case is?
$174,000.
Kevin,
Through the chair to council, as you mentioned, that's the total value of the business case for Part A.
Yeah.
Just the retro.
And the Part A part is, like you said, funded from reserve. Part B part would be the ongoing increase, and that would be through taxation.
May I?
yes. Counselor,
Thank you. Are we going to vote A and B? Because I don't see a reason we would vote A separate from B. So and it could be wrong, and I don't ask me to do that math, but it's over 300,000 if we do both.
Councillor Hoyle?
The first one, we have to. The second one, we can choose to, so they actually become separate.
Is it sorry, I apologize, through to Kevin. Am I misunderstanding that the retro pay was because they're not in a contract now, so we're thinking that it's going to go up, and that's what we're putting into the contingency reserve until the contract? So am I misunderstanding this?
Through the chair to council, you are correct. They're not under contract now. That $174,000 is the expected retro pay increase. So as was mentioned on the floor here earlier, that is kind of an obligation based on our current numbers of RCMP members. Even if we cut our number of members today, we would still owe this from April 1st till today.
Got it. Yeah, so we do need to separate A and B.
So
Thank you.
the vote on the table is for $174,000 to be added to the business case.
From contingency.
No, from contingency? You
Or
want to fund it
reserve.
from contingency or from tax?
This indicates
No, it
the
should go into
retro
RC.
pay is contingency.
It says
The
reserves
second
here.
part, the second part is,
Can I have
No,
clarification?
the bottom says, oh, B.
So can I have clarification, please? Can I have clarification, please? So the funding source would be,
Through the chair to council, part A would be through contingency reserve or RCMP reserve. Part B would be the ongoing increase in wages. That would be through taxation.
so you're, okay, contingency.
but
I'm struggling with contingency as a funding source.
that was my attempted point earlier.
And I thought it should be out of tax going into the RCMP reserve.
Because right now, we're taking it out of, you said, Kevin, it would be coming out of contingency and RCMP reserve, when in actual fact, RCMP reserve has $0 in it. So the only place it can come out of would be contingency.
Or tax.
Or tax, yes. But if it's coming out of reserves, the only place that has dollars that would fit this criteria is contingency.
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson and Councillor Billingsley, we do not have funds in the RCMP contingency, RCMP reserve just yet. We anticipate that there would be some at the end of 2025, and then that difference can be then just funded from there.
And you're making that an assumption based on unspent RCMP dollars then?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, that's correct. The RCMP tends to be very far behind on their invoicing, but based on because the way that they bill ends up being based on the active members and things like that, so there's sometimes a little bit of a difference that we would then post to the RCMP reserve.
And I know that finance has a crystal ball in their office. So the fact that you are anticipating a surplus would suggest to me you've got some crystal ball, hazy looking numbers.
It would be a guesstimate.
Share with me your guesstimate, please.
We think it would be close to 100,000, the guesstimate for what would then go into that reserve.
And that's potentially why you also said contingency in RCMP.
So I'd like to
Thank you.
debate the merits of contingency versus taxation.
Yes.
So I think it's well known for some of you that and I know Councilor Nielsen's not a big fan of contingency ins and outs. But probably, and no different than last year, we ended up deciding on taking $500,000 of contingency to offset tax anyway. So either, I hate to call it a shell game, but I mean, if we put it to tax and we go up to 9%, then you take the $500,000 from contingency,
And
throw it in
apply
there,
it.
and you're doing it anyway. So
Yeah.
it may not look like you're funding it from tax or contingency, but you're offsetting one to get to the other. So I'm okay with contingency at this point. Or you could say just have it, put everything to tax and then make the adjustment to contingency at the end, like we did last year.
But I'm going to ask for, if I may.
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
I'm going to ask for an interpretation then, please. When I look at policy number COs-013, reserve policy under contingency to deal with minor unexpected. So was this totally unexpected? And I suspect it wasn't. Emergency one-time projects. But this is a paying, once you pay the retro fee, you pay it again the next year. Not in retro, but it becomes part of the annual billing of the RCMP.
That's why there's a Part B, to actually add to the tax base to cover any increases. So the retro is a one-time pay. And then the Part B for $180,000 gets added to the taxes to cover the future costs.
Okay,
And-
and
yeah.
because I'm just trying to tie it to the criteria that we put into the policy. And you've explained why it would then be a one-time draw on contingency. Okay.
So I'm stuck on, do we add it to tax and then make the adjustment at the end? Or do you want to put it in contingency now? Well, to me, this is we have to. Should.
I would like to see it added to tax first, because if we add it to contingency, then we already have a drawdown on our contingency, which is sitting at 1.1. So now we got to have a tally on that side.
Yeah, and that's, I think that's, I like that idea better myself. Put everything to tax and then go back to contingency at the end.
Or stabilization, or whatever reserves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councillor Hoyle, did you have a question? Thank you.
Okay.
Who did? Karen.
Sorry, I'm
Karen.
just going to, no, it really is good because I know this is complicated. I just need now, like, I understood the argument coming from administration, so now I don't understand the argument fully from council. Because the 174 would be something that is coming from last year in April. So if we add it to this year's taxation, and then we add the 100 and maybe, but we add the 180 also to this year's taxation, we're now going to be over 170 every year going forward. So that's why I understand administration saying, let's take this out of a reserve, because the 170 is stuff that we should have already spent. And then Part B is we're adding it to taxes as we move forward.
Councillor Billings.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Aberley, you're exactly right, because.
I am a she, it's okay.
Yeah, because the 174 is a one-time expense. Then the ongoing
Tax add.
It would be a tax add.
But we don't know.
So administration was right from the hop. So I guess from there, we just got to decide of where that 174, either contingency or stabilization. And
And then what Toulou's saying to us is she actually thinks it's going to be 74, guesstimating, because
Yeah.
we won't have a bill as expected, so that's where the police reserve would be up the 100.
And it could be less next year, depending on how many RCMP we have, based on their salary.
Based on numbers, yeah.
So it could be 160, could be 100. If we cut back, it'll be less than 174. We're basing this on 174 on the amount of RCMP staff we have today. We have to pay from that contract till the end of that year. You know what I mean?
So your motion is, your straw
well, I'm
poll?
wondering if we don't move.
Put in the parking lot?
No. $100,000 from contingency into the RCMP reserve. That, in theory, get us close to 200,000 sitting in there. And then add the ongoing to tax.
And you're making the assumption.
And
of
that's
the-
why I said 75 grand as opposed, that will be coming in, not the 100.
Right.
And worst case, if the crystal ball was very cloudy, we'd still have money in the contingency to make up the difference if the time came.
When the time comes, yeah,
Yes,
yeah. Because it's not happening right now,
correct.
yeah.
So I'm saying moves $100,000 from contingency into the RCMP reserve, Part A, and then the ongoing to be added to tax. And that could be reduced potentially, slightly, based on if we make a decision on number of RCMP, one way or the other.
Councillor Nielsen.
So when, through the chair to Kevin, so when the number 174 was calculated, that retro pay is based on from the time the contract ends until a new contract begins. So while and you're making an assumption here that new contract will begin when?
Through the chair to council, our best information from the RCMP is it will be likely the end of the first quarter, beginning of second quarter, which is their fiscal year, which.
Okay. And so as long as it's into the beginning of the second quarter, I'm okay with where you're at. Because if it's longer than that, then the retro pay becomes bigger.
Right, and
Yeah.
then that would be, if this goes ahead, then we would have to go
Steal
into
from elsewhere.
contingency, or we could add it now,
Yeah.
or transfer it.
So again, you're wanting to put what into? 100?
$100,000 from contingency to the RCMP reserve, and then the ongoing to come from tax.
Okay, so we'll have a vote on that? Sure. Councillor White.
I'm leaning towards supporting this. Through the chair to admin, can you confirm that whatever cloudy crystal ball surplus that we might have based on vacancies that we think are going to go unbilled when we get our final bill from the RCMP, that surplus is going to go to RCMP reserve?
Through the chair to Councillor White, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. To Dean's building motion. Could you repeat that again, Dean, please?
Sure. we're going to move $100,000 from contingency into the RCMP reserve. So that transfer will happen at some point. And then the ongoing add, I guess we'll call it Part B, would be to add that to tax. What's that? The 180, I think it was?
Toulouse?
What
Do
would
you
be
want it
your
by this?
recommendation?
My recommendation would be that council funds this from contingency reserve and request that administration report back to council prior to making the payment. Because if there's sufficient funds in the RCMP reserve or due to vacancies in RCMP, we may not need to touch contingency.
I will accept your recommendation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Karen, any questions? Good, okay. All of those in favor? Carried.
Continuing on, the last one for enforcement services is the operating business case for increased funding to the animal shelter contract. The current contract budget is set at $57,000 per year. We're asking an increase of $36,000 roughly to increase it to $93,000. The shelter that we have been using for the last 25 years, we completed new negotiations with the shelter this year, and a number of price increases occurred, including fees for sheltering, including fees for vaccinations, including fees for euthanasia. So those fees have incurred by the city, and we're just trying to recoup those to have this budget line item break even.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kevin. I'm hearing that we have entered into another contract. We are now bound by another contract that ties these numbers.
Through the chair to council, we had a previous contract, and through negotiations this year, we were able to get a reduced rate that compared to what you or I would pay for those services, but definitely higher than what we were paying in the previous contract.
So that contract has been signed, sealed, and delivered?
That was done at the, I'm trying to remember, I think it was done towards the middle or third quarter of last year.
Okay. So if we have got a signed contract at X number of dollars per whatever service, you're anticipating that that service is going to cost us an extra 36. Potentially, depending upon the animals that end up at the shelter, it could cost more than that as well. Would that be a fair assumption?
Through the chair to council, it could cost more or less. Currently, I believe our budget for that item, like I said, is about $57,000, and I believe we're about that right now is for year-to-date spend. So we might not hit what we anticipate for this year, but you don't know based on the number of animals that are looked after in the shelter.
So if we did not include this, all we do is potentially see the budget well overspent.
Through the chair to council, that would be correct. then we would have to come back to council to ask for additional funds in this on a annual basis as we get close to that number.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the options that we threw out to council ahead of budget deliberations was to increase registration fee around cats. I also know that some other communities have different models. So if we're looking at a full user pay system and cats are the issue, then raising cat fees makes sense. But then you're going to have a lot of people come back and say, but I'm a responsible cat owner. And so if you're dealing with the ones who are the offenders, as was noted in Kevin's presentation, they just won't come pick up their cats. But if you did a program where you insisted that all cats be registered, inside and outside cats, because we know based on the number of cats that have been registered that very few cats are actually registered in the community. So you could start or pass a bylaw that said they all have to be registered, and then we could start doing searches of the community or by report of people who have cats, and we could start enforcing that and making the people who are creating the problem pay for the problem. It's a long roundabout process to go that way.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I think we need to add this, but I also, as Sue said, I think it's going to lead to another conversation as far as cost recovery back for these animals. This does not even include bylaws time. This is what we pay to the shelter, let alone their time, gasoline, whatever, right? All the expenses that go along with it. And from what I remember, as far as revenue from this, is certainly less than half that. So.
Councillor Nielsen.
I don't disagree with anything you've said, but I'm concerned that, to me, people who call themselves responsible animal owners, they are the folks that typically come and register their critters. What I'm hearing is that the animals that end up at the shelter can't be traced back because in most cases they're not registered. And I would hate to put bylaw on a wild goose chase to become pussycat sleuths to find out who in our community has secretly got a cat hidden away somewhere in their basement that hasn't registered it, so that we can claim X number of dollars for it. And I do think the responsible, if we're selling this to the public to recover costs, but we're recovering it on the backs of the responsible people, I have every reason to expect them to be a lineup here saying, I'm doing everything you're asking me to do, and you're not picking up my cat or my dog or whatever, but I'm paying for the guy who chooses not to. I don't know what the solution is, so I'm just trying to wax poetic here for an hour or two. But I think we've got this backwards somehow, and I don't know how to unravel it. But I don't think putting it on the backs of those people who are doing everything we ask them to do is a solution to this.
Sue first, Dean, then you.
Sorry, just to give you the context. So in 2025, there are only 28 responsible cat owners in Wetaskiwin, and 219 dog owners. So I don't disagree with that. But the only way to catch the irresponsible ones is going to be through enforcement.
So what we learned at the budget open house is we really don't have much of an option for these animals in this community. This is
it?
Yes, this is it. So when you say that it shouldn't fall on the backs of responsible pet owners, it's either them or all of us. So
how do you feel about increasing your taxes?
Well,
So you can cover the cost for all of us.
no, it would be, if you had it only for pet owners, then as a taxpayer, I'm not, because I have no animals, I'm not paying anymore. But if you are, then, right?
But I'm a responsible one, and you're asking me to pay more because some people aren't.
But then you'll be paying more as a taxpayer. Either way you pay it.
Disproportionately, however.
But we open up a can of worms. Why should I pay for hockey or things like that when my kids don't play hockey? So as a society, I like the idea. It's either all of us or none of us. Because some of us in society have to pay for that. And Councillor White and then Councillor Elder.
I'll let Elder go first. I need to collect my thoughts, thanks.
You sure? Councillor Elder.
So my question would be, do we have a number of how many dogs and cats have been picked up over the year?
Through the chair to council, we would have to take that as a BIR and get back to. I don't know off the top of my head.
Councillor White.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you got the answer for now?
Go ahead.
Okay. I want to say that regardless of animal ownership, this is a benefit to the community in that it deals with problem animals. I don't own a cat or a dog, and I don't want a cat or a dog peeing and pooping on my grass or barking in my neighborhood, so I will still benefit by having the service to deal with those problem animals. So I don't see the specific tie to animal ownership.
So I have two concerns. Well, you know I don't like government going into your house and dictating what you can have and can't have, because then, well, you got a goldfish, I got a rattlesnake, I got this. But the most sensible, I support this for one reason. Do we have a bylaw officer going check? What's the cost of that with a vehicle to drive around to go check for what? To recuperate maybe, won't even cover his costs?
Yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah. So I think this is a better solution than what we got. Well, Councillor Elder.
Again, if you could get numbers for us, I would really like to see how many dogs and cats are being picked up, being left, being euthanized. I'd like to know those numbers so I can equate it to this is a lot of money. And have we looked at the other vet in town? Would they be interested in it or not interested?
Yeah, there's currently only the one shelter, one vet clinic that is interested in being a shelter.
Councillor Billings.
So the number of cats or dogs would more so be important to the fees and charges to offset that. That'll be, in my opinion, a different conversation. Really what we're talking about is, do we add $36,300 to the budget to offset the cost of whether they're registered or not, whether they're whatever, that's what they're dealing with, those are going to be the costs. So do we add this 36? Another conversation could be later of the fees and charges of how much are we looking to recoup of that $96,000 or $93,000.
I see that, Councillor Billingsley. And then Councillor White, you had a question?
Through the chair to administration, I don't remember where this was 2025 costs were in the operating budget. White pages with blue lines, sorry. I think I'm reading here that 2025 is already over budget. Can I get an answer to what the 25, either where to find it in this binder, or what was the 25 budget and where's the current spend?
Through the chair to Councillor White, It would be under enforcement. Sorry. Through the chair to Councillor White, the department is enforcement, which is 450. Cost center is 250.
Can you give me the numbers, if you're looking at them?
Oh, the budget in 2025 was 57,300, and our actual to October, because mine is slightly updated, is 59,590.
So it appears that, confirm that by the end of the year, we're likely to be over budget in this category.
Through the chair to Councillor White, highly likely.
Thank you. Follow-up question, if I may, through the chair to administration. Pardon the ignorance of the question. So what happens when a category is over budget? Do we just stop picking up animals, or is it we keep doing it and we fund it somewhere?
Typically within a budget department, we try not to go over in the line area. When it's an external service, sometimes we don't have a choice. So if we're not going to trend over in that department, we wouldn't come back to council. If we are going to trend over, we would come back to council and have that discussion.
And from the finance side, department means cost center?
Through the chair to Councillor White, no. The department, like I mentioned, was enforcement. The cost
Okay, in
center
all
for
of
this was
enforcement.
animal
Okay.
control.
Thank you.
Aaron, any questions? Good, okay. Councillor Billingsley.
I'd like to add the $36,300 to tax.
And I believe this is always going to be one of those issues. The heat is on. It's just that song, the heat is on. You know how it is? But this is, because there's going to be pet owners going to say, well, how come I'm paying, he ain't, he's got a catfish, or he's got a goldfish or a snake, and he don't pay, but my cat or dog have to pay, or a bird. So, oops, sorry. Thank you. All of those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
All right. Moving on. The next one is under recreation. And the operating business case is for a Manlick fire alarm replacement. So the current panel for the fire alarm was installed when the building was put up. So the operating business case includes includes the removal of the old panel and a new alarm panel compliant with current codes, and making it able to call out and do all the things that the alarm panels do. The current one, because of its age, is experiencing intermittent communication problems and is harder to find parts for, according to the technicians that work on the panel. These things typically have a lifespan of it's electronic equipment, so they typically have a lifespan of about 5 to 10 years, and we've exceeded that already. So this operating business case is looking to replace that panel.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
No. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, I didn't realize that Joe had left. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I'm prepared to recommend that we put the $36,000, add the $36,000, and the source of revenue come from the facility life cycle asset management reserve. And I'd like to speak, if I may.
Please.
A general question, I guess, probably through to administration, finance. As we are currently drawing on reserves as we make these decisions, is it safe to assume that someone's tabulating that we're drawing those reserves down?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yeah, we are tracking it, and then when you're all done, we will see what the balance will be when we take it out of the uncommitted funds right now.
Great, thank you so
Thank
much. So anyway, I made that recommendation.
Do you want to take back over?
Okay, well, maybe you can.
Well,
finish.
I'm just gonna, any other questions? Councillor White?
Councillor Nielsen.
While we're waiting, when I look at the reserve policy and information, the facility lifecycle asset management account, the dollars come from an annual transfer from the operating budget to fund the facility reserve. So in the proposed budget, is it safe to assume there's money transferring to that reserve? And if so, what is the dollar value that's somewhere in these pages?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, specifically for facilities, it's $450,000.
Thank you so much.
Councillor White.
He asked my exact question. Thank you.
Oh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
And admin answered it. Thank you, Chair.
You would have asked it better. No, you would have. Question?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would like to add the fire alarm replacement added to the budget funding to come out of facility lifecycle asset management reserve.
Thank you. All of those in favor? Carried.
Through the chair to council, I do have, even though we're working on the BAR, I realized I did have some information to share with you back to the animal shelter question about the number of cats and dogs. In 2025, that was year to date in October, there was 36 animals transferred to the shelter. 28 of those were returned to the owner. In 2024, there were 27 animals transferred to the shelter. 40 of them were, that doesn't make sense.
We're giving away those animals.
Honestly, Kevin, I was going to say that was totally Karen math, so way to go.
So of that number, so 27 were returned to the shelter, or transferred to the shelter, but there was a total of 67 taken in by enforcement services. 27 of those were transferred to the shelter. 40 of them, of the total 67, were returned to the owners, because sometimes enforcement services would pick up an animal. There would be a tag or something identifying, they could take it directly back to the owner. So not all of them have to go through to the shelter. So these are for dogs. For cats, in 2024, 263 cats were handled by enforcement services. 237 were transferred to the shelter. 26 were returned to the owner. In year-to-date 2025 till the end of September, beginning of October, 171 cats were handled by enforcement services. 158 of those were transferred to the shelter. Only 13 were returned to the owner. Would you continue to like more information in a BIR, or would that be sufficient?
Get it at a later date, but sure. Or a printed version or something, just so I can think of this.
continuing on then, the next item is for operating business cases is Family Day. This was a council-sponsored motion this year. It was in July of this year. Council directed administration to come up with an operating business case to host Family Day. We looked at a number of different activities, getting quotes from businesses and coming up with ideas. The cost for such an event could range from $3,000 to $16,000 depending on what type of entertainment we provide, what type of food, marketing for the event, how much staff time is involved, that type of thing. The operating business case is put forward at $10,000, and that would be from the stabilization reserve to host Family Day for 2026.
Councillor Hoyle, sorry.
Through the chair to administration. So I don't like to assume, but I'm going to. Nothing has been planned. We have no concrete numbers. We have no concrete plan. We just have we want to do something. Maybe it'll be this or this.
Through the chair to council, that's correct. We just got some quotes on some ideas. This is just, that's why the range is so large from 3 to 16.
Okay, so if I may continue, because it's coming from stabilization and not taxes, and someone can correct me, I'm sure they will, I would feel that this is more acceptable to me if I had a piece of paper in front of me that said, or not exactly, but something that tells me what we're going to spend the money on. To just approve $10,000 on an idea, I personally have a problem with that. Time is of the essence. We are only 12 weeks out, I would say, just off the top of my head. Are we going to end up throwing something at the wall and seeing if it sticks and then come back with numbers? Because I can't support that.
Councillor Hoyle, it's in the OBC.
Oh,
the
is it? Where
details,
is it?
because we presented to council
Oh, I'm so
on July
sorry.
14th.
I'm on the wrong page. Thank you. So but we don't have any concrete plans still, is what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing set in stone. They're just all, okay. Thank you.
Joe?
Sorry,
It's okay.
Councillor White.
Yep, thank you. Through the chair to administration, I see the previous council's, I can't tell if it's a motion, but the small print on the next page with the ideas of entertainment, maybe free swim, maybe some food, some employee work doing organization and the day of, and a bit of marketing. I don't know when's the correct time and place to chime in. I wasn't part of the decision that looks like happened back in July. Based on it being Family Day, I'd like our employees to have Family Day and to not have city employees doing an event that day. And so I could support maybe the free swim to encourage families in the community to participate in a family-ish activity. And of that, I see 2,500 and maybe a bit of advertising, so maybe 3,000. But the rest of it, I would prefer, I wasn't here to make that decision, so I'll defer to others, but I would prefer changing this amount.
Are you suggesting we have outside lifeguards since you don't want city employees to run the swimming pool?
No, sorry, I was saying for doing the event.
I'm 100% agree with you. Our city employees need to have Family Day off, same as much as we do. Yeah. And that's to be very important, Family Day, but I believe go ahead, Sue.
Just for information, it is not a stat holiday, it's just a provincial one, so we are open, I think, from 11 till 6, like reduced hours on Family Day anyways.
Okay.
Just the pool.
Pardon, is that the pool or is that all
pool.
city?
No, just the pool.
Thank you.
Councillor Billings.
Billingsley. even if it was last council's direction for this, doesn't mean that it has to go forward. I think that that's, nothing's been committed yet. I'm kind of in agreement with yourself, Councillor White, that back in the olden days, Family Day was run by different community groups, including the city, doing different things at By the Lake Park. I remember when I was in the Rotary Club, we did, I think it was wagon ride. Yeah, it was wagon rides. So there are different things that has happened, but unfortunately, most of the service groups have disappeared. So I'm in agreement with you for us to do some things, but I have concern of whether it's staffing, cost as well. I'd be okay up to $5,000. Sure. And whatever. And where I'm going with that is whatever administration can do for $5,000. I'm not going to tell them that they do swimming. I'm not going to tell them whether they do hot dogs. Do something for $5,000.
You know, I really like this, but I'm starting, something's going in my mind. It's coming out of tax, so Family Day, if I could do something where Family Day wouldn't have to pay taxes to pay for this, would be not a bad idea either. So I can't support this. Karen.
Thank you, sir. I don't think for anybody that knows me will be surprised that I do support this. I think that the opportunity for members of our community to come together at any given time helps with the connectivity and the pride and us wanting to live, play, enjoy Wetaskiwin. All of this is important. I have a concern about, and I understand why it's coming out of the stabilization reserve for a year, but I actually have a concern with it doing that, because if we do something this year and then don't do it again, that's going to, I would like to think that, I would like to just add it to taxation going forward, because that's committing to working with the community groups and doing all that, because I can tell you it is hard to find a group that can lead multiple groups together to do something big for the city. It is a lot of work. I think maybe part one is, I also agree a $5,000 start to see what can be done. I thought $10 was, or $10. I thought 10,000 might be a little excessive, where for one day. Welcoming week is a week and it's 25.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not in favor of $5,000. I am in favor of $10,000. And the reason I say that is I find it really frustrating and oftentimes difficult to explain to residents why they have to leave our community to go do an event in some other community. Why am I leaving Wetaskiwin and go to Family Day in Leduc or Camrose because you're not running anything? And I've heard not specific to this issue. I do think we have an obligation to put some events on within our community. And I do believe Family Day last year wasn't just the city. I think there were other agencies and organizations in the community that were asked to jump in and do various events during that time. And the reason I'm not in favor of $5,000 it kind of brings me back to some things that many of us have all heard. Yeah, that's good enough. It's good enough for our community. And I don't want everything to be just good enough. And I would say either you run it and put $10,000 into it, or you get out of the game and not do just good enough.
Councillor White.
Respectfully to the chair, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I'm not yet sold that the city is in the business of providing social functions, of events and stuff, particularly for Family Day. And maybe it's just my personal experience, but I don't say leaving the option. I like that families choose to do something in their, I don't want to say in their own house, but with their own family, and they might choose to go swimming or to go to the hot dog roast or whatever is the event or available events. But I don't see a Family Day activity in the same light that I see other community events like parades and festivals. I think Family Day is more centered and purposed for families to spend the time and activity together versus community involvement, engagement, and getting out. There could be an aspect if families choose that, but is the getting taxpayers to pay for an activity, I'm not sure that's one that I'm ready to go full in on.
And I respect your perspective. I would only counter in two ways. One being, I don't think there's anybody around this particular table that if they chose to do something for their family, they could dig into their pockets and go out for dinner or go to the swimming pool. But I don't think everybody in our community has that capability. And I wonder if Family Day simply becomes more people sitting around doing nothing as a family. And the reason I guess I've come to that conclusion is I was heavily involved in a thing called Winter Warm-Up, which ran for a number of years in our community. And we had things like hot dogs and hot chocolate. And the turnouts we had were nothing short of pretty amazing. And I can't tell you how many families walked by the hot dog stand or the hot chocolate stand with kids in tow, and they didn't stop because they thought there was a fee being charged. And when they were invited back for a free hot dog or a free hot chocolate, they all partook of that. And so whether it's Family Day or not, I just encourage us all not to lose sight of those people who we value in our community, who don't have the same kind of resources that we personally do, and that we can provide some really meaningful family enrichment kinds of things that make our community a better community. So I don't debate your perspective at all. I'm just encouraging us to be careful that we don't strip our community of events, because I think there are a lot of people that rely on those events for themselves and for their families. I stand down.
May I?
Please.
I want to, in some ways, echo what Councillor Nielsen said, both about the CEC and about getting together as a group in the wintertime, and sometimes it's the opportunity for families to get out of the house. And the history of Family Day in this province in general started with the 88 Olympics and having people the opportunity to get together as a family and enjoy winter sport. And I'm not saying that you have to only enjoy winter sport, but maintaining that tradition of getting out of the house is also important to me. So thank you.
Kevin?
Through the chair to council, perhaps a solution to this, or helpful to the debate, I'm not sure. The original RFD that came in 2020, or earlier this year, was for Family Day for 2026, so it was funded out of reserve. Should this be an ongoing thing, then it would be funded through taxation. Perhaps council would direct administration to do this for 2026, and come back with a report to see if it's successful before you decide if it would be ongoing. Just a thought.
Councillor White?
I think I understand that as council, we can choose either way. What is presented, I see it in two different places that has me slightly confused. On the, I'll see, white and black pieces of paper that were, that have rationale and A and B and sources of funding, I see tax. And then on the longer 11 by 17 pages that have green lines across the middle, I see it as coming from taxation. Stabilization reserve, I mean. What tax in one place and reserve in the other? Which did that mean? Like, which? Sorry, what's the case? What's the business case for?
Through the chair to Councillor White. Initially, when the Recreation Department wrote this up, they had suggested because funding it through taxes, but because it was a one-time, and council hasn't given direction that this would be ongoing, finance did change that and fund it out of the stabilization reserve. Should council decide that this becomes part of recreation programming going into the future and funded from taxes, it will become a part of our base budget. My apologies, we should have updated the operating business cases to reflect that it's funded from reserves.
And just help me make sure that I got the language and the intent right. If it's funded from reserve, the intention is that it keeps being funded and it's the ongoing thing. Is that right? Or opposite? I see Rachel saying opposite.
Through to Councillor White, opposite. Anything that'll be like continuous into the future is usually funded from taxation.
From tax, okay. For sure.
Hypothetical question. I'm outside the box here. Why don't we sponsor something on Christmas Day? But this is the point that I'm set out, just a hypothetical outside the box. It's not what we're talking. But I see this heading that way.
We're talking about family.
I know, but I said outside the box. I did say that. I know that.
Sorry, just to be clear, this was an ask of council.
Thank you.
So if you ask us to do something on Christmas Day, we'll look at it.
That's why I said outside the box.
I want to move Family Day to December 25th.
Thank you, okay.
So what do where
We have a
are we
motion.
at?
We have a motion?
No,
No?
You did have a I thought you said
Yeah,
to go
you
to
said
5.
5,000.
I didn't.
There's three. There was 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000.
So,
I'm not willing to bring anything forward. If somebody wants to do so, go ahead.
Councillor White.
I'll go ahead and make a recommendation of 3,000 from reserve for a Family Day activity.
Thank you. All of those in favor for 3,000 for Family Day coming out of reserve? Raise your hand. Opposed? Defeated? Next one. Anybody else, or that's it?
Moving on.
So this is dead on the water?
Dead on the water.
Thank you. Councillor White?
I'm sorry, I need a little bit of history to understand what the implications of the decision we just made.
There's nothing.
No decision yet. When I
there's
look
no
at the
implication.
rationale and the attached request for decision that was from July of '25, was there, I'm trying to find an actual, whatever the motion was, I move the City Council direct administration to create an operating business case. So the request has been fulfilled, a business case was created.
Yes, this is what we're voting on.
Thank you for your business case. I stand down.
Councillor Billingsley.
So just for clarification, so at this point, this item has not been added to the
Business.
220, I'm starting to sound like everybody else, 2026 operating budget.
Correct.
Correct.
So then from there, that's
That's
it.
it. That's it. Kaput.
Moving on then. The next operating business case for recreation is the Manlik Regional Recreation Center annual shutdown. You'll recall this is in the capital budget. So what's included in this operating budget is a number of items listed. I believe it's on page 2. And in that, we estimate that to be approximately $130,000 of items listed on page 2. This operating business case is for $65,000 to be funded through taxation, because some of the items listed on that list, for example, replace diving board, are one-time only things that wouldn't be part of ongoing taxation. It would be, but yet they're not expensive enough or costly enough to be part of a capital. So this year we're looking at those items that would be added to ongoing regular maintenance of the pool, and that's why it's an operating business case of $65,000.
Joe?
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, through the chair to administration, as I read the facility life cycle asset management reserve purpose, so forth, it says provide funds for approved maintenance. So I'm assuming these $65,000 worth of whatever we're doing are approved, and therefore upgrades of facilities. So as we replace old, broken, aged equipment, are we not upgrading our facility? I'm looking for a case for it to be coming out of the life cycle asset management.
Through the chair to council, I will defer the question to finance, but I know unless we can specifically prove that the item that we're working on has been improved, then it doesn't fall within a capital, that maybe it would come out of the reserve.
The chair to Councillor Nielsen, Kevin is correct. The facility asset life cycle replacement reserve we usually use for directly with the facilities or equipment that have more than a year's life. A lot of these items that are listed here do not have, ongoing life. They're going to be replaced again.
Done? For now?
No. Thank you. I'm going to go against the grain. I'm going to recommend that we spend $65,000 for Manluck annual maintenance shutdown coming from facility life cycle asset management, and let my colleagues fight with me.
Councillor Billingsley.
You're looking at my binder. I had the same thing. Now, what I am wondering if this goes against our policy, if there are things that can be pulled within policy to so said reserve. Do you understand where I'm going with this?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, the reserve policy is approved by council. So
Perfect.
council can decide how they use each reserve. They set the policy, they determine if they choose to want to stay within it or go against it.
I support you 100%.
Me too.
Only 100?
Only 100.
Councillor Hoyle.
Okay, I'm a little scared. And I heard a lot of this before, and I don't remember if there was a actual resolution to it. So we have a subtotal of 56,000 and contingency of 8,500. Was there ever a definition or you guys know where I'm going with this? What was decided that contingency actually meant? Because am I to assume the budget is 56? If there is no contingency, or if the 56, then the rest of it, which is the 8,500, would stay in that reserve? Am I correct?
I am assuming so.
So contingency is,
Oh, I know what it is,
Okay.
but I have watched council go around this many times, and so I never did hear the definitive end to actually what the definition is of contingency, because there seem to be some differences.
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, what happens every time council funds anything from a reserve is administration will only take out of that reserve what are actual incurred expenses. So if you approve 100,000 toward an item which includes $10,000 of contingency, and we go to the market and the actual cost is 70,000 all in, only 70,000 will be recorded as an expense, and only $70,000 of that will be funded from the reserve. The rest remains. The exception is when it's, for example, to fund a position for a specific period of time. So we would use it to its fullness at that point.
So,
Councillor
Mayor?
Billings, yes.
So where the difference would be is if it was tax, it would be slightly different, because then we would set the tax rate on the 65, and if we are 100, let's say for your example, we'd actually tax on that 100, and if we went to the market and it was 75, that 70, the difference then would go into a surplus.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that is correct, and our surpluses do flow back to reserves too.
Perfect.
Okay. Karen left. Motion on the table to approve $65,000 to the Manluck Center from
Facility life cycle.
Facility Life Cycle. All those in favor? Carried.
The next item on the list is the L. Arner outfield fence replacement. If you have the operating business case, you can see a couple photographs in there. One of the concerns there is a number of the fence posts are bent. Some of the chain link fencing is degrading and bent. The biggest concern is the concrete piles that are in the ground are pushing out of the ground. Some of them are out of the ground 4 or 5 inches, so sticking up above the ground. So if you're, they represent not only a tripping hazard, but a fall hazard if someone hits their head on that. So the operating business case is to replace this fence with new fence posts and drill new holes and new piles. Any questions?
Councillor Elder.
So I have a, excuse me, I have a couple questions. I believe these diamonds here, they get damaged and bent a lot because people are continually jumping over them to catch baseballs that have been hit for a home run. What would the cost be to put a much higher fence and maybe kind of an opening that crisscrosses that you can get out instead of having to, because that's what's damaging all this stuff.
Through the chair to council, certainly we can get those cost estimates. They weren't done. We were just replacing like for like. But perhaps you're correct that a higher fence would mitigate people jumping over it because they wouldn't be able to.
Right. So it just might be, you know, you could either do that or a big net or whatever, but just be something to look at and just have an exit place for people to get out to go get those baseballs.
Through the chair to council, we can certainly take that, but the BIR process allows us 2 days, and I'm not sure we can get the quote in 2 days. If we go through an FIR process, it would be 2 weeks, and we can probably get the quote within that time.
I'd be okay with that.
Councillor Nielsen. Sue, go ahead, then Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to council, I was also thinking because it is proposed as reserve funding, it could come back on the 9th at a council meeting for approval as well. It doesn't affect the tax base.
Sure.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. So are you recommending we wait until the 9th to get some prices? Is that what you prefer?
I would probably think it'd be in best interest.
Okay. Then I won't bring a motion forward, but I do have a question if I may, Kevin. And now I'm moving outside of governance, but it's not that I want to move there, it's a question. When we look around a lot of our ball diamonds, fences all go right to the ground. And then when we have the growing season and the playing season, our grass is growing up, and I think it makes our fields and areas look unkept. And yet I know when you put a weed eater up against a wire fence, you're going to be spending more money on weed eating than you do on fence, perhaps. But I'm wondering about the feasibility of, I don't know what the terminology is, so I'll simply use a kick plate along the base of a fence that may be 4 or 5 inches tall. Fence comes down to that. I know you don't want an open fence because the ball is going under, so more people are hopping fence. But I don't know what the feasibility is of having a shorter fence, not in height, but off the ground, that actually has some kind of kick plate, whether it's metal, whether it's wood, whether it's whatever, which would allow groundskeepers to quickly go zipping around and make a tremendous difference on the appearance of our ball diamonds.
Through the chair to council, I've also seen places where the fence is just slightly off the ground and they put like the landscape ties bolted or screwed onto the bottom of the fence, so then you can weed whack up against the wood. It's not as harmful to your string as the metal fence is. Some places use sand along the bottom, so then you can mow in closer or weed whack as well. So there's other options we could certainly look at.
And again, I don't want to go out and spend gazillions of dollars, but at the same time, if we were replacing a fence on outfield number 2, it may be an interesting experiment to simply see what happens. And if you're bringing back costs for a consideration with regard to Councillor Elder's request, I'm wondering if I couldn't add that to your BIR.
Councillor Elder, then myself.
Okay, then the other option with Wayne is maybe a clay 4 or 5 foot warning track, so there's no grass at all there.
Thank you, and I may give my 2 cents. How about do we have any used puck boards that we use from the arena? We can cut up to 6 inch and put it on the bottom, what some municipalities do. Yeah. And also on that, like I said, my 2 cents. I don't like telling you what to do.
But we will anyway. Yeah.
But around those concrete poles, how about just putting some topsoil a little bit higher and sod everything a meter around the bottom of the base?
So, if I may, I guess what I'm hearing from my colleagues is, are there ways to make the managing of the fields not only more attractive, but more efficient for our staff? And again, like Joe, I don't want to direct, I'm simply throwing some ideas out, and what you do with the information I share with you is up to yourself.
Yeah, we can come back with all of those cost estimates and, yeah, for sure. Those piles weren't put in properly or they wouldn't have jacked like that.
No.
Yeah. Thank you.
If I can, I would like to make a, don't know, a motion or not, but from 27,000 to 10,000, but it's going to cost us money no matter what we do. Either option we use, or if you take our suggestions. But I would like to leave $10,000 in for that repairing of that fence.
Are you changing it from 27 to 10?
Yes, I am.
Can we get the cost estimate back for the options first?
So can we put that on the parking lot then? Nope. This is the parking lot, I guess.
I thought we were taking this away as a BIR to bring back on
Okay.
December 9th.
Sorry, Sue.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. That would be, okay, so it's on hold. Okay, next.
The last one from Recreation is the top cap replacement on the ball diamond fences. So this includes El Arner 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and Knights of Columbus West and East and Kingsman. So this includes 4, 5, 6, 7 ball diamonds. And if you can follow along on the operating business case, you can see some photographs there of the ABS that is currently on top of some of the fencing with hose clamps that in themselves create a bit of a danger for sure. So it would be replacing those with kind of the picture below, which is kind of a yellow plastic type thing. So it helps to protect people from, as Councillor Elder said, jumping over the fence and impaling themselves on the chain link.
Councillor Elder.
So just a comment on this. I'm looking at the total of about $10,000 to do that. You can possibly put that money towards building the fences higher, then you don't need it.
We could certainly include that in the cost estimate, but there are several other ball diamonds that we're not considering replacing the fence at this time. So I wonder if we couldn't include this one in the December 9th discussion, and then we can break out how much it would cost for all the others versus, because we would be able to reduce it, especially if you approved a higher fence on one of the ball diamonds, right?
Correct. Thank you.
If I may ask, on those baseball diamond caps, would that be Parks and Rec is buying the materials and installing ourselves, or are we subbing it out, a contractor to do all the work?
Through the Charter Council, I believe this was for just the caps. We would be able to do them over the summer as we
So
had
it's
the time.
installed by in-house. Thank you.
Then that concludes CPS, and we move on to.
I got to change. Sorry, I've got a change in the program here. Corporate services was supposed to be next, but I had mentioned to council earlier this week that we didn't have, not everybody had Thursday blocked off for budget. And Ms. Lewin needs, she has other commitments in the morning, so we're going to move municipal services next, and then we'll do corporate services after that.
Yes, thank you. Does anybody need a break? Please, 10 minutes. Thank you. Yep. Thank you all. Welcome back. We are on another phase of operating budgets. So the next one will be residential street sweeping. Kevin, is it Kevin?
No, Kathy.
Kathy, oh, you're in the hot seat today.
Good afternoon, Council. So as Mayor Bronco just mentioned, we're going to start with the residential street sweeping contracted service business case. And so this came up actually from previous council. Our previous mayor requested this to enhance service levels for street sweeping. And so this business case is brought forward for you today for consideration. Due to the maintenance and operational issues that we faced with the city sweeper back in the spring and summer of 2023, Public Works did engage in contracting street sweeping for 2024 and then again 2025. So as part of this, the contracted sweepers would manage kind of the local roads and neighborhoods, where the city's sweeper would still continue to do the main roads. So all of our major arteries, parade routes, any special events we would be hosting, all of the municipal parking lots, any spill cleanup, and any of our boulevard sweeping. And so the recommendation here from administration is to receive $80,000 per year through taxation to fund contracted sweeping in order to get our sweeping completed sooner than we could with just the city sweeper. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Information was just provided. Asked the question about in the OBC was savings of $100,000, and I asked, or we asked, sorry, were those savings? And the answer was there's no direct savings. There will be some equipment cost savings, and this allows street sweeping service to be leveled to be achieved, as you said. What I'm wondering is, would we be cheaper off to have somebody full-time run our sweeper throughout the year for $80,000? We already have the piece of equipment. Are they as efficient as contracting it out? Probably not. But you could hire somebody for $80,000 a year to run the sweeper, and probably less than $80,000 to run the sweeper.
So a question to you, Dean.
Or reallocate, I guess.
So we have two sweepers doing the job for $80,000.
No.
Yes, I believe the contractor's two sweepers?
Through the chair to council, yes, it is with two mechanical sweepers.
We would be looking, in this OBC.
Okay, okay. So we would need to know the cost of the brushes that we need, and annually, the cost of the brushes that we use, plus the operator to do that. And the reason we're having a lot of issues with the sweepers, we have Old Sweet Carolina, beautiful name, crappy machine.
I cannot support this. I would rather take an extra couple weeks or a month with our own equipment, either reallocate staff to go and do that, or bring in a new staff for less money than this, and for those 2 months a year or whatever it may be, the 640 hours, have them do other tasks within the organization.
Councillor White.
That thought as a friend.
I didn't hear that?
I'm supportive of the statement Councillor Billingsley just said.
Councillor Elder.
So I just want some clarity, I guess. So you're asking for a different business plan to see how much it costs for us to do it in-house?
Currently doing it.
Well, Well, we already know, according to this, would be 1,280 hours for spring and fall, 640 times 2. Right? Plus whatever maintenance would be required for running the machine, those 1,280 hours. Fuel and blah, blah, blah.
So the 640 isn't for both? Or it's 640 for spring and 640 for fall?
Through the chair to council, that approximately 640 hours would be spring and fall sweeping. Yes.
Combined, yeah.
I think just for clarity, the former mayor had asked this to come forward just because of complaints about how long it was taking us to do the work. And when the contractors came in the year before, they were in and out in 2 weeks. And so it really is just a matter of, are you willing to put up with this taking a little bit longer, or do you need it done quicker?
Councillor Nielsen.
To me, we're providing the level of service. We will always have people complain that it didn't happen fast enough, but it's happening, which is what we're promising the residents. We didn't promise the residents, we'll sweep your streets and we'll be off your street in 12 minutes and 46 seconds. We'll sweep your streets. And your recommendation lives up to that level of service. I support the recommendation.
Thank you.
The business
Question to Kathy.
The recommendation or the business case?
The business case, he's saying,
So we do have a sweeper,
no, throw it out.
Sweet Carolina. It operates same time that other sweeper is, but slower. And we have an operator for that. So the only expense, well, we still have expense because it's operating. It's just we're going to use it more often. We're going to go through more brushes. And the operator would be delegated to that sweeper to operate all year. The cost is the same, but it's an in-house. We just allocating one operator to one machine.
So,
Councillor Billingsley.
thank you. This would be an increase of service is really what this is. We, without spending any more money or just saying, no, thank you, we'd still be sweeping our streets twice a year. We have someone on staff to do this.
It takes longer.
It just takes longer. And I guess my question then would be, if we allocated 50, 60, whatever the amount is, I have no idea what an operator makes for a street sweeper, would that get things done any quicker?
Through the chair to council, no. It wouldn't speed things up because it's still the same machine going the same speed.
Gave me the answer I wanted to hear. Thank you.
So
I'm not prepared to move this forward.
Councillor Elder.
Just for clarity, so right now, we're still paying 100 and then we still contract out the 80? So these
Yes.
are both, or this is one or the other?
Through the chair to council, for 2025, we did contract out the sweeping as well as having our own sweeper do the other roads and parking lots and so on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm not
So
in
if
favor
I
of
may ask, does our sweeper, we said spring and fall. So actually, we could have, as soon as weather permitting, our sweeper can be on the road right after to sweep up all the sand and stuff and in the fall for the leaves.
To the chair, that is the current service level, yes.
Thank you. Okay, the motion on the table is to,
Ignore it.
well, we have to vote on it.
No,
No, we don't?
Nobody brings it forward.
Nothing's been put on the floor.
Okay.
Would anybody like to bring it to the,
No, $80,000 is a lot of money when we can have somebody. Motion defeated. Or ignored. No go.
ignored?
Next.
All right, our next business case is the increase to crack ceiling budget. And so this is, again, would be a service enhancement. We're requesting an increase to the budget for crack ceiling that's contracted services from our current budget of $50,000 to $150,000, just to enhance the longevity and safety of the road infrastructure. And so crack sealing is something that we have contracted out for the last number of years, at least since I've been here. It is a really critical preventative maintenance activity. It extends the life of our roads. And so, for example, any roads that we had overlaid this year with brand new asphalt will require crack sealing next year, just to preserve that asphalt and the base underneath. We don't want moisture getting underneath the road. And so administration is requesting this additional funding so that we can get more roads completed annually.
It was a race.
Councillor Billingsley.
Oh, I guess I was first. If you're not first, you're last. I like this idea, and I think it's very important. I do want to take a look at the funding model. Similar to the RCMP, I'd like to kind of split this into a A-B type of thing. So in other words, going forward out of 2026 to pull the funding from what is sitting in the infrastructure reserve, and then going forward from there on forward, the monies would then be coming out of the infrastructure surcharge. So it just means that we'd be doing slightly less roads and allocating that money in 2027 and beyond from that pool of money, and what is sitting in that reserve to fund this for 2026.
Which reserve?
The infrastructure tax reserve.
Councillor White, you had a question?
Yep.
Councillor Nielsen, you had a question?
No, it was addressed.
Okay. Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, I haven't driven every street in town, but I can think of, I think I remember 2 streets that got new overlay this year.
3.
3? 50th? 43rd?
And-
Not 43rd. 47th, yeah.
And Brewers, behind Dave Brewers, by the mall?
Oh, okay, yeah, over there. When those projects were determined to be the projects that were done last year, do I hear that sealing is needed but wasn't part of the plan, or isn't part of those plans?
Through the chair to council. So when the 2025 capital projects were presented last October, I think, maybe it was September, part of the ongoing costs from that, the operating costs, that was included in that budget. So it would have included $1,000, let's say, to do the crack sealing. So yes, those projects were. I was just giving an example that even if you have brand new pavement, you still need to crack seal the following year just to ensure that any seams are closed.
Yes, that's, sorry, through the chair to administration, that's exactly what I'm speaking to. The anticipated work the following year, it's known, this is not a surprise, this is not really even optional, it's part of what you do when, or what needs to be done when pavement is laid. That was not part of already approved funds?
Through the chair to council, yes, it was as part of that capital project, there were operating funds associated with that particular, like the roads that got paved this year, yes.
So is this, can I again then confirm this ask for 150 is for roads that were not paved last year? This is for other roads?
Through the chair to council, this would be for all the other roads in the community, yes.
Including the new ones. Question. I got to stop that. See if you can. So there is 50,000 in the budget. You're basically asking for 100,000, not 150. Because you're saying, here it says, an increase from crack sealing from 50,000 to 150.
To the chair, that is correct.
So we're asking for an extra $100,000 because you have 50 in the budget.
That's correct.
So it's not 150. We already have 50 in the budget.
Yeah, but
We're
then-
asking for an increase.
Right.
Yes, and so my suggestion is for 2026 to take $100,000, because we have money sitting in the infrastructure tax reserve. I think there's just over $1 million. I don't have the number in front of me. And then going forward, I guess even going forward, to be funded out of that same reserve, part of that tax. So, because the idea of what that was for is to do roads and sidewalks and all that, but pull back some of the other projects and fund this from there as opposed to tax.
So Kathy, if I may, where does pothole come in the budget? Is it under operational costs, or, because we have a different line item for crack sealing, but, you know, potholes there too. Where does that come in, or is that included in your road infrastructure?
To the chair, that is also part of our transportation maintenance budget. So it's within, like, so this would be coming out of contracted services, whereas the pothole repairs are typically coming from transportation maintenance, just operations for our city employees to do it. But we do sometimes get a contractor to come in and do large asphalt
Yes.
patching, so.
Because one of the biggest questions, you know, in this community, potholes, my car's falling down and my suspension's all, so I've never once here been.
Can we get back to this, though?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just
Okay,
trying to, no,
I'm just, it's the same, but.
But I want to finish this.
no, and I'm not saying what you're saying is not important, because it is. But we're talking about crack sealant here. So I do have a follow-up question.
Please.
So if indeed we decide to pull from infrastructure tax and that reserve going forward, does that put us in a bad position on other projects? That's the risk, right?
Through the chair to council, so at this point, most of the items that are coming out of the infrastructure reserve are specific projects. There isn't an ongoing funding. So like for this particular program, if it was continual every year coming out of that, then council will have to make a decision on how they're going to continue to replenish that reserve. And that will be coming forward through a reserve policy discussion, yes.
I still stand by this then.
Okay, would you like to vote on this one, and we can do a little?
Sure.
All of those?
So, yeah, oh, it certainly is. So there will be no tax increase to this. So what I'm proposing would be to pull 2026 from the actual reserve, and ongoing then would be part of the infrastructure tax surcharge going forward.
The ongoing.
Does that make sense?
The ongoing surcharge.
So
To
just,
the chair to Councillor Billingsley, are you wanting it pulled from the reserve going forward, or are you directing administration to increase the surcharge itself?
Well, no, I'm not asking to change the surcharge at this point. That's conversation probably for another day.
Yeah.
But in other words, the first $100,000 of the infrastructure surcharge allotment would go to here, and then the other $1.5 million would be to other projects, if that makes sense. Kinda. Are you with?
No, but essentially what you're saying, you're drawing it out of the infrastructure surcharge. Period.
Yes.
Yes.
so just then a question. So the existing $50,000 budget that sits in taxes, would you like that to come out of the infrastructure reserve as well
sure
for
would,
2026?
Thank you for the wonderful suggestion.
You're welcome.
If I may, Kathy, ask you a question. So we have tenders going out for our capital projects. And let's say they came in couple $100,000 below, which we are hoping, below our estimated budget, we would still do that. Can that extra money go into the reserves or can go into other, like say, we're going to talk a little bit about the potholes. Can that be available, or if we don't exceed the tender amount, just take that money that we're allocating, let's say we allocate $300,000, hypothetical question, and the tenders come in at 280, can we take that 200 and put it into the infrastructure tax?
To the chair, so for asphalt overlays in any of our capital projects, those are typically grant funded, so no, we can't utilize that for operating expenses.
Plus, further to that, in those project charters, specifically with overlays, we have a note in there that council has approved for several years now that if the tender comes in under, we will extend the overlays to maximize the budget. So we do not typically have surpluses in those projects.
Okay, but I shouldn't say that here, but if it comes over, you extend.
No, if it comes under,
You extend the project, but the project could be, because you're allowed in the overlays for crack filling or potholes, right?
No, we don't. If it comes in over, we reduce the scope.
Yeah, but if it comes under,
we expand the scope.
to the amount. So if you wanted to do more crack filling because it's part of, no, you can't, no? Is that cheating?
To the chair, so we do tender out for crack sealing.
Okay.
So if our crack sealing budget, for example, is currently $50,000, if the tender comes back at 40, then we'll just extend that to the 50 for crack sealing, but we can't utilize the capital projects and then add crack
Thank
sealing.
you.
It's an operating.
So I'm going to, because of Kathy's wonderful suggestion, pull $150,000 from the infrastructure tax reserve, which will then reduce tax by $50,000. You're welcome. Thank you. And then, like I say, once we, hopefully in 2027, we look at that policy on that reserve, and then we can make changes at that point.
No, you reduce taxes by 150.
No.
You're taking that, oh, it's got to put it back in the reserve, I'm sorry. Okay, a motion on the table to use all that money from reserves, infrastructure reserve grant.
Yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? See none, carry.
No, I'm not opposed. I'm ready to go into a
Okay.
different topic.
Thank you. Councillor
Yeah,
Nielsen.
thank you. So Kathy, if I may, Mayor Bronco sort of broached the subject of potholes, which are done as part of regular maintenance in our community by our staff. And my question is relating to what was once the hot asphalt hopper system with the big roller, whatchamacallit, and where are we at with those pieces of equipment?
Through the chair to council, we still utilize that piece of equipment.
The whatchamacallit?
I don't actually know the exact
No, but we have
brand
the-
this is,
the-
but
the
yes,
heating
the
mechanism.
infrared one, the infrared machine, we'd still use that, yes.
So, because I'm so technically inclined here, at one point when we were coming to certain sized potholes, we were actually jackhammering a big square out, hot mix going back in, and then the roller over top. Are we still doing that same process?
Through the chair to council, yes, we are.
Thank you.
Me and you will have to discuss a little bit on that issue after.
You know what a whatchamacallit is?
I know what you're about to do.
Okay. So, I'm good.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Are you potentially suggesting that we need to allocate more money towards potholes?
I see, traveling all over Alberta, I see something our community doesn't have to do better patchwork, and that is an attachment to do the patchwork, which is called a little grinder that would grind the patch hole to make it square, to make it, if we can do it ourselves with the proper equipment, our roads will give us a couple more years life expectancy. The patchwork, and in return, makes it cheaper. There is an initial cost in the long run, but cheaper maintenance in the long run.
But the question that was asked of you, and you dodged it, the question was, do you think there needs to be more money put into pothole repairs in our community?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what do you want to do about it?
I do not know how, I can't answer that.
And I'm not talking about how they fill them.
No,
Do
no,
you
it's
wanna
not, I do
allocate-
not know how much we allow currently for patchwork. Counselor White.
To the chair, or to admin, is patch different than pothole fill?
It's the same thing. Pothole fill, patching,
same?
border
Okay.
paving will come in and
I
do
thought maybe
patch.
it was an either or. I didn't know if it was two different things.
One's bigger, sometimes one is a foot by foot, the other one could be 10 feet by 10 feet.
But
much
the
money?
activity of those kinds of fixes is the same thing, whether,
Through the chair to council, the method to repair them is similar, yes.
And what do we have sort of earmarked in the budget for patchwork, potholes, fill in the stuff?
Through the chair to council, we have a $50,000 budget but it's for hot and cold mix asphalt. It also has our line painting supplies for some
Okay.
crosswalks.
And if I may, if there was a recommendation to come forward to add $50,000 for patchwork, do we have the manpower, personnel capacity to take on twice the workload?
Through the chair to council, that would require a service level change, which could potentially reallocate current employees to do potholes, and other services would not be able to be completed.
And my last question related to the pothole issue is, who and how is it determined which ones to address in the community?
Through the chair to council, so obviously we can't be on every road every day all the time. So a lot of them are complaint-based, or we chance upon them as we are driving around to do other tasks. So they're prioritized typically based off complaints.
So while I know that we do road inspections, or have done road inspections, frequently determine a priority listing of which roads need to be done first, we don't do the same kind of thing with potholes. It's sort of a first come, first serve process.
Through the chair to council, so with the complaints, we will obviously prioritize those, but we will also typically go to our major arterials first. So the highest traffic roads will go to first.
Thank you.
And I just have one correction, pardon me, to the budget. It's 15,000, not 50, so 15, not 50. My apologies.
So Kathy, hypothetical question. Patching, do we do patching after, say, 3 square meters of asphalt, and then our own pothole posse does the smaller ones with the cold mix?
To the chair, I would have to confirm with the team for exactly the size that they will and won't do.
Okay, and so, but if we wanted the patchwork, if we as council said we would like you to spend, let's say, $30,000 more on patchwork, not potholes. I understand, me and you understand that talk. And we wanted to put another $10,000 into cold mix patchwork or potholes. Could we do that? Or is that part of your tendering system to add it on to the overlays?
To the chair, I personally would not typically recommend cold mix repairs on large areas, right?
No,
So
I'm saying that.
with our asphalt overlay program, part of the tender has larger patching requirements in there. The ones that we do internally are a lot smaller. Depending on the season, in the winter, we'll probably use cold mix, and then in the summers, we'll do hot mix with infrared.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Kathy. So I understand that it's more complaint-based. And I also recognize that a road doesn't have a pothole one day, but it does the next. When you deploy your staff, I'm assuming we're getting a collection of complaints, and then we're mobilizing and spending a day or two or a week doing potholes. And then they stand down and go back to other tasks until we have another list of complaints.
Through the chair to council, basically, yes, that's how it works. I would say that this summer that the pothole crew was out almost daily.
Sorry, so as you sit here and we're poking and prodding with this particular topic, I'd be interested in your recommendation with regard to more dollars going into pothole patchwork.
Through the chair to council, I mean, with the state of some of the roads, we could probably throw $1 million at potholes and still be behind. I guess the reason why we didn't recommend to increase this was to lessen the burden on taxpayers, to try not to increase the taxes as much. And we would require additional employees to complete all of these things. So just looking at what our current service levels are, what our current staffing levels are, and trying to minimize that impact to the ratepayers.
And balance it all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Is the possibility of this work, some of this work being done in a contracted service?
Through the chair to council, absolutely. Like through the asphalt overlay program that we do have a component in there to do patching. So they won't do this, like the really small stuff, that's what our team will do. But the bigger things, we will get that contracted out. But that's something we could increase as a line item in that tender.
So, and currently on all the fixing of holes, not my world, we're spending $15,000 on fixing holes in roads in Wetaskiwin.
Through the chair to council, that's just for materials. That's not including equipment and labor.
Okay. So all the pothole fills that we've seen, we've budgeted $15,000. So if we budgeted another $15,000, in theory, we'd probably get close to twice as many holes filled. Bad math, but sort of the right idea?
Through the chair to council, yes. However, if we put more labor into this service, then other services will have to be either reduced or modified somehow.
And that's the reason why I was asking, is this a contracted service? Is that available for this type of thing? Like, is there companies out there that come along and fill potholes?
Through the chair to council, yes, there is.
Thank you.
Councillor White.
Since we're on the topic, even though it seems to be not part of a business case, when I look at, I think I found the spot in the service levels document around asphalt patching and repair, and it looks like, and I don't know what year this is, I don't have it listed, service level document that we got, was it year to date of this year? Or was this 24?
Through the chair to council, that would have been utilizing the 2025 budget.
Okay.
Yep.
I see in our, what I think was the 2025 budget for asphalt patching and repair, total of about 100,000, and that's a mix of materials and human effort. I see it listed and it says fill potholes with asphalt patch as the description. Are we meeting this service level?
Through the chair to council. So I guess the service level, I guess, isn't specific to the amount of potholes or patching that we're doing, but we are, so just as an example, we are current year to date have spent $14,458 out of that $15,000. So I would say yes.
That's materials only, not labor costs or equipment. Go ahead.
Through the chair to administration, can I have a little bit more guidance on how I should interpret the document around service levels, sorry, which we were instructed to use for guiding what we might trim or enhance? And the budget that I see of it being total of 100,000, which was 60 in personnel and 40 from non-personnel, I assume that's materials and maybe contracts, I don't know. That mix of 100 seems like a very different number than the 14,000 of materials. How do I put these two things together of give guidance around service levels and then the operating budget that we're looking at?
Through the chair to council, yeah, I do understand it is a little bit more challenging looking at the service levels with the non-personnel because it's pulling. So for example, that non-personnel cost you just mentioned of that 40,000 or so is the equipment, the fuel, and the material. So because the equipment and fuel is in the fleet budget, that's why it's not a clear line item that you can see within Public Works.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And did I hear the statement that the service level is being met around potholes?
Through the chair to council, yes, that service level is being met. However, knowing that our roads throughout the community require additional either patching or crack sealing or overlays. So we are just getting to the kind of the worst of them and working our way through the list.
Can you say the service level is being met with the staff that we have?
To the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair, again to Kathy. So, correct me if I've made some incorrect assumptions here. So, Councillor Billingsley asked the question, if we gave you more money, could you do more potholes? And the answer was yes, but you would lose service somewhere else while we deliver that service. So, in the long run, we add a level of service, but we lose it at the other end. And so I'm going to carry on here, bear with me here. Similarly, he asked the question relative to companies that do strictly that kind of contract work. And so what is the potential of both worlds happening in our community to try and address what I'm hearing is a bit of a shortfall on addressing patchwork?
Through the chair to council, so yes, when Councillor Billingsley asked if it was a contract availability, absolutely. However, it would cost far more than $15,000. And so I guess to answer your question, can they both be done? Absolutely. Would we require additional funding for a contract? Yes. If we were to do it internally with additional funding, there's two options. There's an option of we perhaps pause another service while we do this, or we get additional labor in, which would be an additional cost, so that we could do all of that plus the current services we already do in Public
Okay.
Works.
Thank you for that. And then, so, through the chair to Sue then, or maybe it's to Lou, I'm not sure. Currently, the kinds of, and maybe it's Kathy, I'm sorry. I'll try Kathy, and you can pass it off if you want. So currently, the dollars, no, that doesn't compute. So the dollars you're currently spending right now on patchwork are coming from where?
Through the chair to council, so that budget line is coming from, so in cost center 620, so transportation maintenance, it's coming out of the 55540 GL, which is the paving, curb, sidewalk materials,
And the source of that revenue is,
through taxation.
it is taxation. So I'm having some trouble here, and it's going back to the infrastructure reserve. Because the infrastructure reserve was originally set up for roads and sidewalks. And I'm assuming, perhaps incorrectly, that it's being interpreted as new roads, overlays. Not necessarily. So then why would we be taking it out of taxation? Why wouldn't we just be dipping into the infrastructure reserve and getting our patchwork as caught up as we can?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we can absolutely do that, and this was one of the discussions I had with Councillor Billingsley the other day. In other communities, they do that, but then you're doing less work that we normally do in that area. So the infrastructure tax is already grossly underfunded. It's roads, sidewalks, parks, and building envelope, and there is not enough money to do the work that's in there. So we could move all of that into, from that, to be funded from that reserve. If that's what council wants, no problem, but then we do need to have the discussion about how to properly fund that reserve to meet all the needs.
And that's the conversation that Councillor Billingsley was talking about, having another day, which isn't so very far away.
Money at it?
I don't want to become the hypocrite at the table, in that just keep changing the infrastructure surcharge reserve to meet my personal interests. We've grown it from roads and sidewalks to road sidewalks envelopes, parks, roadside, you know. We just keep changing it, looking for a place to find money, but what we're really doing is depleting that reserve at a much greater rate than we planned to originally. So for me to simply say, yeah, let's go into the infrastructure surcharge, makes me the hypocrite that I'm saying we've got to protect that reserve. So I think how do we, so sure, I want to throw more money at patchwork, and I want it to come out of infrastructure surcharge. And I know that they have plans to spend that money, but I want that money too. So if I get the money, what don't you get?
You don't get more overlays. So it's all of the projects, like any of the funding that comes out of the reserve is approved by council. And so they're projects that you have already deemed as important.
But we're not, sorry.
No, I'll go, Councillor
No,
It's okay.
let's
Go
finish
ahead,
this
Dean.
conversation. Mine's different.
Because we're not spending it all. Because otherwise, I would think that all the projects for 2025, in theory, should have depleted the reserve. Because it was an infrastructure surcharge tax to do this, and this. So in my thought process, that should be wiped, because we bring in 1.6 million
Annually.
annually.
Yeah.
But we're not spending it all. So we've built up dollars sitting in there.
But that's intentional because of local improvements and other things that were there, so we needed to save for some of those
Sure.
requests.
But like I say, I'm with you in the sense of, I'm okay with pulling some of this dollars out for things. I've heard loud and clear that people are not happy with our pothole situation. But I've also heard very loud and clear that some of the roads need to be overlaid as well.
So, Councillor White?
Through the chair to administration. One more time. I heard that we're meeting service level agreement, or service levels based on this. It feels like what I'm to council now, through the chair to council, I think I'm hearing we're not happy with the service level around where I just asphalt patching repair, road maintenance. And so I think I'm hearing a conversation says we want to change the service level.
Can I comment to that?
Yes, please.
I think service levels were set based on our ability to pay for them, right? Are currently set on what we felt we could afford. And now, because we're hearing more and more concerns about the state of our community, we're saying, maybe we missed this by a little bit, right? The service level, we've aimed low out of concern for spending. Councillor Billingsley saying, well, maybe we're not spending as much as we should be spending because we're collecting 1/6 a year. And so the debate really is, do you spend it down or do you continue to attempt to build it so you can do big projects like road overlays? But what I've heard today is that the more crack sealing we do and the more pothole repairs we do, that's all preventative to the big overlays. So it's a question, do you let your roads deteriorate so you have to spend the big bucks on overlays, or do you throw money into the maintenance to try and prolong the need for big overlays? And I think what I'm hearing is we're meeting the service level you guys set, and we're not doing more than that because you set the service level. So now, as you said, if we're unhappy with the service level, we're the change agents, not administration. So if we want to throw more money at it, I've heard Sue say over and over again, we will do what you want. So yes, I want to throw more money at it, but I don't know what becomes a reasonable number to throw at it. Sorry.
Councillor Billingsley.
No,
Yeah,
Laura.
No.
Did she be-
I'm in charge. Councillor Billings.
So, because this is not affecting tax, we don't really and certainly there's not a lot of pothole repairs done in December, January, I'm guessing.
Yes.
A lot.
Not a lot, but there is some.
So I'm wondering, because this would not affect the tax rate, that we don't do a BIR and say, hey, we want to increase this level of service. What can you provide for X amount of dollars?
I'm okay with that.
And then come the spring, we're going to have the best roads we've had ever.
Councillor White.
And our levels of service in other areas won't go down because we have the ability to put money at it and use contracted services that I heard are available that won't take away from the others' activities.
But On one
That was
aspect,
easy to get to, huh?
Just back.
Yeah.
on one aspect, I heard here, since I've been on council, and I believe it's council's fault, not administration. Because back in the old days, before Wayne, infrastructure tax was made for underground, roads, curb and gutter, and sidewalks. As we got along, well, we need something to help another building, so, well, infrastructure is the building. So that starts to accumulate, and then we have less for our infrastructure, which is, if we have buildings, let's put a building tax on the buildings we have, but not taxpayer to pay. So it seems like right now, we have an infrastructure tax that there's a lot of departments looking at it. We have, pulling out of the pot. One goes here, one there. So, and we need it. We don't have the funds other than raising taxes. But I think to me, we sidetracked what I believe the old-fashioned way of infrastructure was.
So do I need to, is that enough information for a BR?
We wrote it down.
Excellent.
So, yes, please.
No, but before we do,
Potholes again? You hit one that wrecked your car?
no. I'll stand down till tomorrow, probably. I'm good.
Wayne, you need to buy a truck, not a little Toyota truck.
Leave me alone. Get on with your business.
So next is increase to the Memorial Cemetery runners budget.
All right, so the increase to the Memorial Cemetery budget is coming forward due to an increased concrete costs that have been coming over the years. And so in Memorial Cemetery, we have concrete runners for headstones, and then we also have concrete pads that our columbariums sit on. And so right now in Memorial Cemetery, we have an agreement with one of the funeral homes in the community, and where we supply the concrete pad and they supply the columbarium, and then they sell those on behalf of the city to those folks that need them. And so they have let us know that the columbarium that is currently there is at about 60% full, and so they are requesting that we put in another pad for next year, so that when that one is full, that they can bring in another columbarium. And so again, with the cost of concrete going up, administration is requesting, well, there's two different requests here, either a full $45,000 for 2026 to put in the concrete pad for next year, and then the other request is $15,000 for every year after that to just increase the budget. I know that right now, because this is a joint cemetery with the County of Wetaskiwin, with the elections that have just happened, both councils have not had a chance to meet yet, and that is part of the intermunicipal collaboration framework. We have a memorial cemetery agreement through that, and so we haven't had a chance for both councils to meet and look at this agreement, because it is about 20 years old, I believe. So that's something on the list of things that we would need to talk about. So in other words, the county does not have this in their budget, even though the agreement says that they should have a 50% cost share with the city for capital construction. Unfortunately, because of the elections, we weren't able to, I guess, get a commitment from their council. And so that's why we're requesting to just get the full $45,000 to put this in for 2026, and then have those meetings with the county, update the agreement, and then hopefully they would be able to put that in their budget for future years.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. It states in here that it's 60% sold, which means that it's 40% unsold. which means, and it was built in 2023, we'll be going into 2020. What I'm going with this is it's not going to, unless things go south.
You need it built this year, otherwise it'd be full by the end of the year. That's from experience.
Well, that's not what information we're being passed along
But
to is.
it depends on how many people pass away.
Well-
I understand what you're saying, Dean, and I'll speak to that after you. I
My
understand.
question was to administration, is, because my understanding is with columbariums as well, location, that part of the I would guess part of the reason is the prime spots have been taken. Is that?
Through the chair to council, yes, there's, the bottom row is less desirable than the other rows, but I believe that the bottom rows may be sold at a cheaper price just to fill them up so that we can get a new one.
And the numbers show, from the numbers that has been provided to us, that it probably will not fill in 2026. And we don't have that agreement with the county yet. I'm not in favor of this, but I am in favor of having those discussions with the county, so then going into 2027, because if this, by the looks of it, it will not be filled anyway, that we get that agreement done first, then take a look at having this for 2027.
Councillor Nielsen.
I wonder, I mean, I share the same concerns with regard to collaboration with the county, but it seems to me whether we spend the money now and make the expenditure, or we wait till we have an agreement, we can still have an agreement and say, we just recently spent $45,000 and we believe you have a cost share of this. I'm not convinced we have to have the agreement in place. And I'm concerned that this whole new group of people meeting from two different councils to put things in place, because there's some other big issues tied into the collaboration framework. I would hate to be caught in a position where all of a sudden we are fully subscribed and we haven't made the necessary pre-planning.
I'm not sure if you were on that when because the last columbarium, we went ahead, and there was bad feelings because the county wasn't consulted on that as well.
No.
So, like I say, my recommendation, or what I would support, is let's get that conversation done first.
Sorry.
I'll ask Sue first.
One of the suggestions I was going to make, so the agreement's in place. The hang up is the fact that they need to put it in their budget. So it's a simple budget request, and one of the options council could look at is fund your half. And then when the county is able, they can fund their half. But then at least there's money in there in case a lot of people do pass away this year. Then at least we've got some money to be able to build the columbarium and then bill them back after,
So when you say,
or the base.
sorry.
Go ahead.
So when you say put our share in, is our share 45 or is it half of that?
Through the chair to council. So our share would be half of that, essentially. But we also have concrete runners that we put headstones on for the rest of the cemetery. So this is kind of part of just a lump into the concrete budget.
If I may, we need that because in my business, we've been called for an emergency to build runners because people die, and it's basically whatever the population you have, that's how many people you're burying, probably a day or a year. So 60% doesn't leave us much room.
I'm really curious of why you think 2026 is going to be worse than 2025 or 2024.
Because if you fill it up in 2026, you got to wait till 2027.
But why do you believe that it will fill up more than the last 2 years?
Because
combined?
it takes 2 years to build. Every 2 years, municipalities are building runners. Yes, 2 years to fill that up because it runs out. Space runs out.
No, I realize that, but we have capacity of 40% of what we started with in 2023.
And it's 60% full.
Right.
So it's being filled 30% per year.
22, 23, 24, 25.
I would like to support this case, so.
The recommendation is not to support.
My recommendation is, I would be okay to set it aside for half of it, and I don't want to go ahead with this until the county allocates the money as well. Like I say, that this is a joint agreement.
Councillor Elder.
To Sue, so to your knowledge, the county's agreed to this already? We just haven't gone through budget?
Correct. The agreement that's in place is that we share capital expenses, but we also share any revenues that happen. So, yeah, the agreement's fine. It's just they need to get it into their budget.
Okay, so if we were to cut this in half and commit, like you said, that would probably be the best way moving forward?
I think it gives us the flexibility if things do escalate quickly, and I think the runners are in more trouble than the columbarium is. Yeah. So at least we could put in a runner or two if we needed to, and in the meantime, waiting for the county.
So that would be my recommendation, I think.
So, on the tape, Councillor White?
Did I hear the recommendation so I can speak to it?
Yes, you can.
For half?
For half.
And by half, does that mean 20, 22?
Runner runs around, well, I can't tell.
No, hold on.
Budget is 45 here.
22.5.
The page I'm looking at says this comes from tax. Is, through the chair to administration, please confirm.
Through the chair to council, this would come through taxes, yes.
Follow-up question through the chair to administration. Things that we put in tax, do I hear become ongoing? Or is this one time, one thing?
Through the chair to council, this would be ongoing. However, like there's kind of the part B of this business case is that recommendation could be putting in $15,000 ongoing. And then that way, in 3 years, if we need another columbarium pad, we'll have that $45,000 already accumulated.
Okay, so now we're talking.
Stop putting my hand
So the recommendation from Councillor Elder is what?
To do half of what's here, but if we're throwing 15,000 a year, that's going to take it to 37.5 then.
From tax?
I think if you did the 22 or whatever it is, that gives us enough until we wait for the county to pop in. And then actually probably in year 3, we're able to reduce it a little bit because they only need 15 ongoing. So if we just had the 20 or 22, whatever you want to call it, for the next 2 years, we'll reduce it in the 3rd year as the ongoing piece.
So a question to administration. I don't think this should be taxed because we're selling these lots and the lots we sell goes into general revenue, or is there a cemetery reserve? There's the income from these lots, and they should be paying for this.
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, we put the revenue in sale of. We have a reserve for the cemeteries. That is one part of
And-
your
and-
question. And then you asked about the revenue from
Well,
the.
We're obviously getting the revenue from the sale of the runners, or,
Those dollars is what funds that reserve.
Yeah, and the money that we collect would never offset the total cost of the cemeteries.
understood, but
Yeah.
it's a revenue coming in, and so we're taxing the citizens for cemetery, but yet when the revenue comes in, we put it into reserves. How much do we have in cemetery reserves?
136?
How much?
136
136,000?
in the Memorial Cemetery and 63 in the Old Cemetery.
So why, I know why are we taking money out of taxes when we have the money in there that can pay,
That's what I had.
huh?
That's what I had, cemetery.
It's a lot of money when we can do runners like that. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to administration then, I'm looking for some interpretation with regard to the reserves. And as I read the reserves on the cemetery, it speaks to ongoing maintenance. So when we talk about columbariums and runners, is that part of upgrade and maintenance? Are we talking about the actual manicuring and looking after the facility?
Yeah, the columbariums and the pads and the runners are capital improvements, and the maintenance is everything else. So there's roads and some concrete out there. There's a facility out there. There's other operational costs that are there. I think the cemetery is one of those, both cemeteries are one of those things that we really need to look at when we look at the reserves policy. I think it was carried forward from how it's always been, and I think that we need to actually reimagine what that reserve looks like and what its intention is moving forward, because we don't tap into it. We actually, all of the costs are tax-based. The Parks Department are there, they dig the holes, they do all of that sort of stuff. The maintenance that happens out there is not fully funded from the money we receive.
And so when I look at the amount of grounds and the maintenance of those grounds, lawn cutting and so forth, doing lawn cutting within those cemetery areas must be a nightmare. So the cost of maintaining that, is that in Public Works, or is that being budgeted out of cemetery reserves?
Yeah, that's in Parks and Transportation's budget, the staffing part of it. And some of those cemeteries too, like some of those perpetual care fees and things like that that we've collected, we need to maintain those structures that are there. And I don't know if anybody's been to the old cemetery lately. It is in very rough shape.
Yeah.
So we do need to get council to reimagine those reserves and what that looks like.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't see it here, but in the cemetery reserve, were we provided ins and outs? So did we pull any money from the cemetery reserve in 2025? Or did we just add to it?
Didn't add to it.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, from our records, we haven't spent from the reserve. For 2025, we'll add to it after December 31st. Yeah.
Okay, and so where I was going with this, we talk about, maintenance and all, but obviously it's not being charged to that reserve. Correct. Right? So I think that I'm going to make the recommendation of taking a one-time shot, or one time of the 22.5 out of that reserve, so it isn't for tax, and then let's revisit, as we've talked about, of this reserve, of the reserve policy, and we got some work to do.
Now, the columbarium is in which cemetery?
That's at the Memorial Cemetery.
The memorial. So that's the reserve it come from, the memorial cemetery then?
So,
Because there's the old cemetery reserve as well, right? So all I'm saying is let's make sure it's coming out of the right reserve to reflect.
Sure, yeah.
Councillor Billing, how about a question? Doing that whole 40, is it 62?
No,
Or
45.
32.5, and then, or is it 65? Where am I? Am I in the wrong one?
No, you're looking at 45 or
45,000, take it out of reserve, and then when the county pays our half of that, put that half into the reserve, and then we killed two birds with one stone. Because we're gonna get paid, it's just a matter
We
of.
don't know if we're going to get paid.
Oh, I
And-
think, what are we gonna do, say no to the residents of the county, you can't come into our cemetery?
An agreement with the county, so they, yeah, because they share the cost, they absolutely are allowed in our cemetery.
Yeah, but they gotta pay.
Same as a city resident, yeah.
I'm confident they'll pay, myself.
So am I.
And I think it needs to be a respectful, which it would be,
It would be,
conversation,
yeah.
right? And that's really what this, I want to make sure of, because we did run into an issue a few years ago where we went ahead and then basically,
Okay, but basically, even if they opted out, we're gonna pay this regardless.
Yes.
And going into those discussions, we don't want to say, well, we put our share and we're just waiting for you because we don't trust you.
right.
Yeah. Right. So I like that. Just do the 45
And I think I'm bigger than some of them guys over there anyways.
I don't know.
Don't even talk like that.
Do you like that or no?
Yeah. From the cemetery reserve.
Yeah, I think the recommendation would be do the full 45 out of the Memorial Reserve. Yeah, well, I'm not sure I have any friends, we'll find out.
So can I have a call on taking $45,000 from the sanitary reserve? And then sit down and have administration, you know, talk to our colleagues at the county. All of those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And that, if I may ask, sorry, Dean, that doesn't go on our tax increase.
Correct.
No.
Thank you. See, we're helping our community. Dean, go ahead, I'm sorry. No, you had your hands up.
No, I was voting in opposition.
Oh,
We want you to explain it.
Well,
Defend your position.
next. Are
Are-
we planning and development?
No, the next one is the landfill closure and post-closure financial update.
Who's that at? Did I miss one? I did.
So this business case is to request funding to obtain an updated cost estimate for our landfill closure and post-closure care for our Wetaskiwin sanitary landfill. Alberta Environment and Protected Areas mandates our landfill facilities to implement our comprehensive closure, post-closure care plans to ensure that we're closing our sites in a way that we're minimizing our environmental impact, we're protecting public health, and we're meeting all of those regulatory requirements as part of our landfill approval. And so with that, there's been a request to update those cost estimates to ensure that the city's position for what we do have in our landfill reserve, we're actually financially sustainable to do that work. And so we are requesting an additional an amount of $9,800 to come from the utility fees in order to update those costs. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Elder.
Just one question that I brought up a while ago. What's the chances of designing that landfill so that we could use it as a ski hill eventually?
Through the chair to council, that's definitely something we can look at doing. Of course, we'd have to complete a study and those kinds of things because we'd need to look at current compaction and what the ground is like. But something that if council wants to do that, we could engage a consultant to do that for us.
I'm just curious. It's Rabbit Hill does that, and then they used to do a mountain bike or a BMX track as well. Might be an idea if we could.
But we're hoping we can get 10 more years, 20 more years out of that land.
Perfect. That gives us time to build it higher. Bigger ski hill.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kathy, where did you say it was coming from? You said utility fees.
Through the chair to council, yes, we're proposing it to come from utility fees. So basically the utility rate that our ratepayers pay, it would come out of that.
There was, on the sheet I'm looking at, I was talking about solid waste and recycling.
Oh, sorry, yes. So that is an option, pardon me, that is an option to take it from the waste management reserves.
And how would the utility fees work in paying for this?
Through the chair to council. So right now, we haven't increased our waste management fees in a number of years, and it's because we're in the middle of doing a rate review. And it's so as part of that, because we went to contracted services for collections, for waste and now organics, and then soon to be recycling in October 2026, which is funded through the province. But we're doing a rate review to ensure that what we're collecting is going to cover landfill costs, any of our recycling centers and so on, until that's taken over by the province completely. So we're not proposing to do a rate increase, but we feel that through the rates that we're currently charging, that $9,800 we could, but we can also pull it from the reserves until that rate review is completed.
And so where do the utility fees go that we can go and pull it to pay for this? Like where do they reside?
Through the chair to council, it would go into our operating budget essentially. So basically, any rate the rates that we collect come in, and then whatever we do not spend for that calendar year goes into the waste management reserve. So so we essentially budget for a balanced. So there's whatever we bring in is what we're proposing to spend.
So we're not increasing utility fees, we're just directing them potentially to this project.
Through the chair to council, yeah, it would go through the contracted services
Right,
budget.
and so there'd be no increase to tax. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Billingsley.
I'm trying to follow the money here. So let's say this did not exist. What pool would have $9,800 more?
In that case, we would just ask for it to be funded from the reserves. I think what Kathy was getting at is there is a slight surplus right now in utility rates, and rather than reducing them for waste management, we need to go through the rate review before we can recommend to council that you reduce those rates. So right now, there's enough money in the rates that we collect to cover this cost. If we did not have that, we would ask you to fund it from reserves.
Okay, so then if there is a slight, where is that money sitting?
It sits in our revenues,
Just
then,
in general revenue?
yes, it comes in as a revenue, and then whatever we don't spend, like Kathy said, goes into reserves at the end of the year.
Thank you.
Question to ask you, Kathy. You had mentioned in October the government is implicating another recycling campaign. Are we getting any source of income to help operate our landfill? Because you said they may take over all of our landfill duties, and if they do that, do we keep all this money we put into the landfill?
To the chair, so the province is only going to be managing recycling. So they are already covering the expenses for a recycling center, and that happened in April of this year. And then in October of 2026, we are mandated to go to curbside recycling, which will all be taken care of by the contracted service that the province has. As far as our landfill and our actual collection services for waste and organics, that will still be up to the Wetaskiwin ratepayers. So all of this closure and post-closure costs, forevermore, as long as the city owns that landfill, is for the city to manage and fund.
You said the city is, hearing correctly, you said the city or the government is looking after the recycling center here or at the landfill? Got nothing to do with ours, recycling?
To the chair, we do not have recycling at the landfill. It's just a recycling center on 50th Street.
And the government of Alberta is subsidizing that, or?
To the chair, so back in 2024, I brought an item to council regarding extended producer responsibility. And so that is a provincially regulated component. And so they are had taken over all of the recycling throughout the province. And so those communities that already had recycling, so ours, we had our recycling center. As of April of 2025, Circular Materials, which is the company that the province has hired, is responsible for funding that. So it's still our operators operating it, but we get funding through Circular Materials to do that. As of October 2026, everything will move to curbside recycling. If council so chooses to close the recycling center, that's an option. It can remain open, but that will all be funded through the province's extended producer responsibility program.
And one question to ask you, there is no money or surplus involved in that, in the city's coffers involving that recycling center. So I think we were in the hole, because I always remember recycling costs us money, not made us money.
To the chair, we do collect money for the sale of commodities. So when we sell the paper or sell the metal, things like that, we do make money off of that, but that offsets the cost of the expenses incurred through that program.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
So I'm prepared to recommend $9,500 coming from utility fees. Is it 98 or 95?
I've got 98.
98, I've got 95 on my sheet. So 98.
Yeah, it's 95 here, it's 98 in here, so.
Is it
Somewhere
98?
between those two numbers.
98 or 95?
98.
I've got 98.
I got 98.
I'm in agreement.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Carried. Thank you.
All right, the next business case we have is for the Planning and Development Compliance Officer. And so this is a 2-year term, or proposed as a 2-year term. We'd like to enhance our education and compliance and enforcement of our land use bylaw, the business license bylaw, and some other bylaws referring to land use and development. So right now, we do have a gap in enforcement capacity. And so this would address that gap for that 2-year window. And I know there was questions previously regarding basically, is this enough time? Will this kind of take over or reduce the backlog that we have? I don't know the answer to that question. We are hoping that will allow that time to get caught up. But basically, with this position, we would have more consistent, more timely responses to being compliant with our own bylaws. Because right now we've got encroachments, or we've got people doing developments that we're unaware of. And so because the amount of personnel we do have, they don't have the capacity to be out driving through the community and seeing who has permits and who's building things and so on. And so it would just, provide just more consistency on the land use bylaw. And so for this position, we're looking at pulling it from the stabilization reserve. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor White.
I'm not prepared to move forward with this.
You.
I'm sorry, you're not?
I'm not prepared to recommend this.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. If this position was put into place, there's an expense side. It's not foreseen to have any kind of revenue source. I mean, they're dealing with compliance, so if we have non-compliance, is there not a penalty component?
Through the chair to council, yes, there would be. This position would be, we would look at doing more education to gain compliance rather than just finding them immediately. It would be looking for that compliance and giving them deadlines to comply. And then yes, if they didn't, then yes, there could be fines incurred. So yes, there could be revenue. We're just not certain that we would be 100% guaranteed to get revenue from that.
So I'm going to pursue this a little bit, and I'm on so many on so many levels. I'm really tired of, hey, buddy, can you fix the problem? We're your friends. Can you take your 12 cats and get them registered? Please, friend. And maybe I'm getting punchy here. However, in the singular compliance issue that I filed the complaint on, relative to garbage containers being in a unsightly, non-compliant fashion, we got into we got to check with the bylaws, and we got to check with the government, and we got to check to see what we can do, and we got to check. And I'm thinking, like my friend here, hey, you got a problem with your dumpsters all over the road, or near the road, or the sidewalk, or wherever they've got them. We have a requirement that you do A, B, and C. And it's not even a matter of, hey, buddy, can you kind of cover up your dumpsters? It's now we're into a long process about what we can do. And I'm frustrated with the one singular compliance issue that is now going on 2.5 months old, while we wait for, I don't know whether it's legal or provincial or whatever. And so I just wonder how productive a compliance officer can be to helping us move that kind of stuff along.
Through the chair to council, so in that particular case you're speaking of, yes, it has taken longer, and that is because we have limited capacity in the department to manage these compliance issues. As far as finding, I mean, that's council's at council's discretion at how aggressive we become on enforcement issues. We obviously have it in our bylaws, fees and charges, where we are able to fine individuals for non-compliance. The issue is, it's not like being pulled over for speeding where you instantly get your ticket. This is, there's stop orders that have to be issued. There has to be timelines associated with those. If they're non-compliant, then we can progress through like King's Bench, those kinds of things. So it's not as simple as you're wrong, here's your ticket. We have to go through kind of a series of events so that we can either gain compliance or issue tickets. Like following the Municipal Government Act and all of the legislation is time consuming.
No, I'm sure it is, and in citing my example, I wasn't trying to suggest that it's not a difficult process. I guess I just look at it maybe very naively that you've got dirty old dumpsters in an area where they're not supposed to be. Fix your problem, or I'm going to drop a $500 ticket on your lap every day until you get this thing fixed. And if there's no teeth to it, then I wonder if it's a wise use of dollars. And again, not to belabor the point, but to belabor the point. So how long is it reasonable to expect that a new development can leave 7 dumpsters all over the place? How long before anybody in this community might see compliance?
Through the chair to council, so I'm going to use this same example that you're bringing up. In looking back at the original development permit, screening of garbage cans was not part of the development permit, and which was not caught at the time of that development. I truly don't know when that development occurred. It was long before I got here. But that's one of the issues we've discovered, and this is why we're requesting this position. It's because there was decisions made in the past or things that have gotten missed, and now we're in these situations where these dumpsters weren't screened, though they should have been, but was missed. And so this compliance officer would then have the capacity, that's their full-time job, that's all they're doing for 35 hours a week, is making sure that everybody is following the land use bylaw, everybody is following the business license bylaw, whereas the current capacity in the department, they don't have that capacity to be consistently checking and making sure that everything is occurring, and that's why we're hoping to get this position so that we can catch up on old files, and then as the new developments, so we've got new processes in place where as development permit applications are coming in, we are making sure that all of those pieces that they're being checked off and they're actually happening, whereas in the past things were missed, unfortunately, and now we're in these situations.
Thank you for indulging me.
You're welcome.
No, I'm not done here.
Okay.
I know there's a recommendation not for this position. I feel on so many levels that we create some of our own compliance issues because we haven't played hardball up front. We've tried to cajole people and talk them into and educate them, and they've, many cases, sort of thumbed their nose at us, and then we get into a compliance issue that's going to take us months. I could be totally off base with that. I am not prepared to entertain a 2-year term position. I am prepared to support a one-year position. Come in here and prove your worth and demonstrate that our community can be cleaned up and more compliant than it currently is. And if you can't get it done in a year, then time to say goodbye. That's my position. Thank you.
Councillor Hoyle?
Can, through to administration, Kathy, so am I hearing, I just need to understand, do we have control over this, or who has control over, like this particular instance? I know what Councillor Nielsen is talking about. We dropped the ball with the screening, I'm hearing, when the development permit was given. So who controls that? Do we have policy? Do we have bylaw? Or are we controlled by another entity? Where is our control?
Through the chair to council, it is the city, in the city's control. It is through our land use bylaw, it is through our community standards bylaw that we have the ability to make sure that they're compliant.
Then I echo Councillor Nielsen in saying then perhaps that's where we need to start looking at that and say, where are we dropping the ball that this isn't happening in a more timely manner?
I'm going to go with Councillor Aberline, then Mark, and then Dean. Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Bronco. Through the chair to Kathy. I mean, I'm just going to sit here and think, so would this compliance officer also be the kind of person who is going around and checking to see the residential bylaw? I'm going to call them offenses. So let's say I built 17 decks on my property and I totally covered up that land and I didn't do it properly. I didn't get a permit. I just was doing whatever I wanted, but 17 different decks taking up all my property would be noticed. And that's what we're talking about, getting somebody into compliance. It's not just things that were missed, but also we as human beings either don't know better or are bad human beings and we don't apply for these development permits.
Through the chair to council, yes, you're absolutely correct, Councillor Aberley. This would be looking at, so if you were to construct a whole bunch of decks without permits, that would be something that we would be going to ensure compliance. This is where that education piece comes in as well, because you're absolutely right. I don't expect every single community member to know exactly what is in our land use bylaw. And that's part of the education piece with this compliance officer, would have the ability to say, if you're building a deck, you require a permit. If you're building a fence, you require a permit, and so on. And here's the regulations, here's our standards, and so on. And so this would be part of that education piece with this officer.
And I apologize now for the cat.
So you got a license?
Yeah, she's grandfathered in, so you're fine. No, there is. Yeah, there is, but we can talk about that bylaw later. And this is why I'm in support of it, is that we know. I agree with the argument that you put forth that there has been a lack of delay, or I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but sometimes I think a whole lot of it is unintentional, if not most of it's unintentional. But if we, and this is just coming from a recent hearing I was in with ARB, is that if people see their neighbor doing X and X is wrong, and then they can't get their whatever they want because it's not because of the land use bylaw, where is the quote unquote fairness in this? And so if we can get our community following the land use bylaw, I think that this could help a lot of things in our sorry, that's my point. I think I've been sort of clear that I do see the positive impact on having a compliance officer to get us up to compliance. And if administration feels that it would take 2 years to do this properly, I would be in support of a 2-year program. Thank you.
Councillor Elder, then Councillor Billingsley.
Okay, so I guess my question, two parts, I guess. So we know the issue that Wayne is talking about. So if bylaw goes there now and issues a warning, is this a simple fine attached, or is this a long court case kind of deal? And again, I can't justify any of this, to be honest with you, because I don't. That's a lot of money, and when we're fighting in a tax year and everything else here, I just think we'll have to be patient with some mistakes made and just learn going forward.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Let's keep talking about the same example. So would this position, because I think it got brought up a couple months ago, I think, thereabouts. Would this position change that timeline? In other words, whether this position found that they weren't compliant or a citizen found that they weren't compliant, would adding this position, would it fix the problem? Really what we want, we want to fix a problem. So will this position fix that problem any faster?
Through the chair to council. So in this particular case, there's been a number of things that have gone a little sideways, and one of them is the fact that the site has been sold. And so right now we're trying, because we dealt with the original owner, and now they've sold the property, so now we have to go to the new owner and figure out a game plan with them. But in typical cases, if this position existed, they would be able to, problem is noticed, problem is addressed, deadlines are given, and when deadlines aren't met, then there's options for the city. Option 1 is we just do it for you and bill you. Option 2 is we could take you to court, which isn't the process we would like to take. We would just like to get everyone compliant. But yeah, so there's some options there. But yes, this person would be able to stay on top of things, and that's where we're having the issues now, is we don't have the capacity in the current department.
This is more of a statement, and I think this kind of, in agreement with Councillor Nielsen, is teeth and buddy-buddy. And I could say that I didn't know that the speed limit was 60, and I still will get the ticket. And so whether you're compliant with the bylaw or not knowing is not an excuse to avoid a ticket. So I think what we need to do is to go into that and change how we fine. I think that probably the easiest way to get people in compliance is make them pay, because
If I may, Dean, question to administration. This position, how long a time for training to take place? Because this is not something he starts Monday and starts reading. He's gonna, a month's training, uniform, car, everything. So we're looking at a month, 2 months before things happen?
To the chair, yeah, they would obviously need some training. Hopefully, if we were to post this position, we would have somebody that already had or already was a bylaw officer, and then would just have to learn Wetaskiwin's bylaws and so on, and then be able to start managing some of these issues.
And if tickets are I know my colleague Wayne Nielsen there, where the garbage containers are, if he gets a ticket, he gets a lawyer, fights it, it could take a year. So there is no bite. I understand what everybody's saying, but there's no bite. And I can't support this. But anyways, Councillor Elder.
So just a question, you had mentioned a couple options, and option one was we just go there, solve the problem, and issue the invoice. It's a whole lot cheaper than spending this. And I'm sure we've got other little issues, but that's a lot of money. Where if option one is available, would that not be a whole lot cheaper?
Through the chair to council, there would still be someone that is required to go out and issue the stop orders and actually enact the bylaws. So it would still require personnel time.
Okay.
And right now, our department just doesn't have the capacity to take care of the backlog of compliance issues we have.
So is this on the list of backlogs, is this towards the top or the middle, the bottom? I don't know how many you have backlog, but because it's a known issue, can we not just send somebody there and issue the citation? Or
Councillor Billingsley.
Could a bylaw officer do all of this?
Yep.
Through the chair to administration?
Through the chair to council, yes, a bylaw officer could do this. And I guess the reasoning behind requesting this is because our current bylaw officers don't have the capacity to do this as well. And so that's where,
And where I'm going
and they
with
do
this
cost more money.
Is it something, or we had also talked about a traffic enforcement officer, which has the potential of being cost neutral, I would think, or maybe potentially cost positive. I'm wondering if we don't look at this position as a bylaw officer, who then, because I would hope that it's not a full-time position just doing compliance, or maybe it could be, but it's another boots on the ground for other things, including doing this. And the costs are similar? Similar?
So we have, what? Councillor Laura White, you have, you're pulling out,
I am unmoved.
the motion on the table is
No, her motion is to,
not support it.
I recommend that we pass this up without action.
So, okay. All of those in favor of, no motion, no vote.
no, she's saying,
No.
well,
No.
no, I just got one more
Yes,
question.
yes.
Because now I like what Councillor Billingsley just said. Have a third bylaw officer, and then
And their duty would be,
is compliance as well.
through the chair to administration, how difficult is it to fill a position of a bylaw officer for a one-year term?
So through the chair to council, so before I answer that question, getting a bylaw officer will cost more money. This compliance officer would be in plain clothes. They wouldn't have all the belt gadgets that bylaw officers do, and they wouldn't have a bylaw vehicle. They would be in an unmarked vehicle. So it'd be far cheaper because we could either pay the mileage or use another city vehicle. They don't have to have the lights and sirens like bylaw officers do. So it would be more expensive to hire a bylaw officer.
But we were given the information, this net budget is 132,357, 124 annually. We just received information, shouldn't have closed that, that a bylaw officer, no, that's peace officer, is 140.
Plus vehicle.
No, that said. So, now, once again, this is not affecting tax. I'm not in support of this, but I have the potential of being in favor of adding another bylaw officer whose primary duty would be to do this, but not solely.
So would that mean administration we'd have to come back with a different business case to bring in as a bylaw officer instead of this officer?
And am I going down the wrong path with this?
May I?
Karen, please.
Thank you. Sorry. And then Dean asked, or Councillor Billingsley asked a question, it is my opinion that you are going down the wrong path with this. I think I am in full favor if somebody is going to bring that up or maybe it'll be me, of additional bylaw, and I say, yes, let's do it. I'm not in favor of us saying, instead of what one department has asked, we are going to tell another department that they get an extra person, but as administration will tell them what job they have to do and what they have to focus on. And at what point does this bylaw officer work under planning and development, and at what point do they work under bylaw? Who's their manager? What is the focus of this person? And I don't think that if we want somebody here to work on compliance, administration has provided us with bylaw compliance. Administration has provided us the option they best saw fit, and we're starting to get into, and I hate to say it, but we're starting to get into those weeds. I'm in support of this position where it stands, and I'm in support of a bylaw officer that is going to be looking after current, as a separate person, that is going to be looking after current issues, not historical ones. Thank you.
So if I may, are you making a motion that we accept this position?
This is why I won't be supporting the not accepting position, but.
Okay.
Point of order.
Council.
I know this isn't, these aren't motions.
Okay, I'm
but
sorry.
That's okay. But it is standard that motions are written in the positive. So it would make more sense, I think, for Karen to make her recommendation, which is in the positive, than for me to try to word a negative one of don't do something.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
So let's do, I'd prefer to let.
I think that's all of us, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Elder, then we'll go to you.
I am just looking for clarity then. So bylaw officers and compliance officers are two different things?
Through the chair to council. So this compliance officer would only be able to enforce certain bylaws, whereas a bylaw officer enforces every bylaw within the city.
Do we currently have any compliance officers?
We do not.
Councillor Aberle, it's in your hands.
Thank you. I would support the motion as it has, or not the motion, I apologize. I support the operating business case for a 2-year term position compliance officer as presented to come from the stabilization reserve.
Thank you. All of those in favor? No. Discussion? Okay, Councillor Nielsen?
I want to make sure I understood just a comment made a few minutes ago. A bylaw officer can enforce all the bylaws of the community. A compliance officer can only enforce what?
Through the chair to council, so depending on, I mean, you can get officers to do all kinds of things, so you can, and I don't know the correct word because I'm not in law enforcement, but it's almost like deputizing somebody to say, you have the ability to enforce bylaw X versus the entire suite of bylaws that the city has. So this one in particular would have the ability for the business license bylaw, the land use bylaw, and it would also have the ability for the community standards bylaw.
And I guess my difficulty is, if you're going to invest this kind of money, wouldn't you want to have somebody that can enforce a wider range of city bylaws than a very restricted range of city bylaws? And the other part of that is, and it speaks to what Councillor Billingsley said, when they get the whole city cleaned right up, they can spend all their attention on traffic bylaws, which means all of a sudden they actually do some offsetting of the expenses to hire them. So I will, no, I'm going to ask a different question. And for somebody to come in to do compliance officer work and be restricted to the bylaws they can enforce, what skills or designation or ability skill set do they come with? Do they come in with a certificate that says, I'm a compliance officer, I got this at NATE? Or like, or can anybody off the street apply for this as long as they learn their bylaws?
Through the chair to council, again, because I don't do law enforcement, I don't know the specific training that they would require, but I can find that out for you. And I guess going back to your previous comment, I guess the reason behind all of this and that we don't want them to be just a bylaw officer that can do anything is we want them to stay focused on the compliance issues we are facing in development. We have got numerous compliance issues that we just can't stay on top of from previous. And I mean, now it's different because we actually have proper processes in place, and so we're catching these things before they actually get developed or as they're getting developed. But that we just want to have that focus on land use bylaw, compliance, the business license, everything that planning and development is struggling to stay on top of.
Thank you. So can I have a vote on?
No, can I? Through the chair to administration, so we get Sally Ann, who is an amazing compliance officer and manages to get this done in 1.25 years, everything that you wanted. For the next 3/4 of the years, could she be further trained then to do other things that would fall under other areas of our bylaw? This is the time we might buy her kit, because you've told me we wouldn't have to purchase a kit for a compliance officer, which we discussed at length yesterday, what those costs might be going forward, the vehicles. Could we change how this compliance officer is trained to finish that out, and or let them go back to Sicily, where they're from, and I'm just being facetious, and no longer, we would now have money to put into reserves because we miscalculated their ability.
Through the chair to council, that's absolutely an option for both cases, where if we do catch up and we're within the 2 years, absolutely we can, well, contractually we'd have to give notice or whatever for their position ending. But on the flip side, if council so directed administration to say, now that we've cleaned this up, we want this person to focus on this, then yes, we could look at providing extra training or whatever that looks like, so that they could enforce other bylaws. They could be doing other work for the organization.
Thank you.
Thank you. So to the vote,
What are we voting on, just to be clear?
Karen suggests that we hire a planning development compliance officer for a term of 2 years at
To be covered by stabilization
At
at
100
132.
at
357.
$132,000 coming from reserve stabilization. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll have the vote.
And that's 132 a year.
Yes,
Yes,
for 2 years.
No,
per year.
no.
Per year.
Per year.
Yeah, no, that's not the correct number. So for year one, it will be 132,357, and then year two would be 124,000.
So for $250,000 for 2 years, roughly. All of those in favor? Oppose? Oppose have it. Next.
Mr. Mayor, I'm looking at the clock. I don't know what
5
people's,
o'clock.
I don't know what people's plans are.
We have one more under this point. One more land use bylaw update, and that's
And
it.
then I need to go back in camera again to finish off some business from this morning.
Thank you. Is that okay? So we'll finish the land use bylaw.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this land use bylaw update, so this is to request some additional funding to complete a revision of the land use bylaw. So our bylaw was first approved in 2013 and kind of reflected frameworks at that time. And so we're requesting this update. Typically, municipalities undergo kind of an every 10-year review. And so now that council has adopted the new municipal development plan in December of 2024, we want to provide this opportunity to update the land use bylaw to reflect those changes that were put into the municipal development plan. And I guess just for additional information, a land use bylaw does set out all the regulations of how land development occurs in the city. And so in order to comply with the municipal development plan and the community 50-year vision, the land use bylaw would be required to be updated. Majority of this bylaw is going to be written in-house. The $30,000 requested from the stabilization reserve would look at consultant work, so they would kind of be a second set of eyes reviewing the bylaw as well as assisting with some public engagement. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councillor White.
I'd like to confirm which reserve this is coming from, stabilization?
Through the chair to council, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Billington.
Thank you. If this is not approved, does that just mean that we won't have the second set of eyes and we'll still continue on with the project?
Through the chair to council, so yeah, we wouldn't obviously hire the consultant. We do have 2 trained employees that can do the public engagement. We could look at peer review with other communities, ask them if they would mind reviewing it. But yeah, that would just be basically what if we didn't get this going forward, yeah.
Any further questions? I guess I'll ask. Would anybody like to have a municipal service planning and development officer, not officer, planning for $30,000? All of those in favor? Opposed?
Did somebody put that on the floor?
Yeah. Yeah. Does anybody want to add this to the budget?
Yes.
I would make that motion.
To add it to?
Yep.
All of those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. And I move that we go into camera. I need a motion to go into camera.
So moved.
Thank you.
Before you do that, do I have a link, or is somebody going to call me?
I can call you.
Thank you.
All those in favor?